This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't sleep right. It's been 3 weeks since that night on San Felipe Road, and every time I close my eyes, I see that thing. I've tried talking to a therapist about it, but I don't think she believes me. My friends don't want to talk about it anymore. Can't blame them, but I need to get this out somewhere, and maybe someone here has seen something similar. It started as just another stupid dare. Me, Kyle, Jess, and Marcus were hanging out at Kyle's place on a Friday night, drinking beers and watching those paranormal investigation shows we used to make fun of. We live in this small town about 20 minutes outside of San Jose, California, where nothing exciting ever happens. The kind of place where driving around aimlessly is considered entertainment. Around 2 a.m., Marcus, who's always been into local legends, brought up San Felipe Road. If you're not familiar with it, it's this long stretch of road that cuts through farmland and hills east of San Jose. During the day, it's just a regular country road with nothing special about it. But according to local stories, weird shit happens there at night. We should drive it, Marcus said, that glint in his eye that always meant trouble. It's the witching hour, 3 a.m., perfect time to see if the stories are true. I didn't want to go. Something in my gut was screaming at me to stay put, but I didn't want to be the chicken of the group. Looking back, I should have listened to that feeling. Kyle, being the only one sober enough to drive, got behind the wheel of his old Honda Civic. Jess took shotgun while Marcus and I squeezed into the back. The drive to San Felipe was quiet, with only the occasional nervous laugh breaking the silence. We were trying to act tough, but I could tell everyone was a little on edge. We hit San Felipe Road around 2:50 a.m. The entrance to the road isn't marked by anything special, just a street sign and the sudden absence of streetlights. As soon as we turned onto it, the atmosphere in the car changed. Everyone got quiet. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the occasional crackle of the radio as it lost signal. "So, what exactly are we looking for?" Kyle asked, his voice sounding too loud in the silence. Marcus leaned forward between the front seats. People have reported all kinds of things. Shadowy figures in the road. Strange lights in the fields. Some say they've seen robed figures performing rituals in the clearings. "Great," Jess muttered. "Satanic cult territory." I remember laughing at that, but it came out forced and hollow. The road seemed normal at first, just dark, really dark, the kind of darkness that makes you realize how dependent we are on artificial light. The Honda's headlights carved a tunnel through the blackness, but beyond that beam was just nothing. Empty fields and distant hills, barely visible as darker shapes against the night sky. We'd been driving for maybe 10 minutes when the fog started. It wasn't gradual. 1 minute the road was clear, and the next we were surrounded by this thick, milky wall that seemed to swallow the headlights. Kyle slowed the car to a crawl. "Where the hell did this come from?" he said, hunching forward over the steering wheel to peer through the windshield. The forecast didn't mention fog. I remember pressing my face against the cool glass of the window, trying to see anything beyond the fog. There was something unnatural about it, too thick, too sudden, too deliberate, if that makes sense, like it had been waiting for us. "Maybe we should turn back," Jess suggested, and I silently agreed with her. Marcus scoffed. "We barely started. This is just fog. Nothing supernatural about fog." Kyle kept driving, but slower now, maybe 15 miles per hour. The car felt impossibly small suddenly, like the fog was pressing in on all sides. Nobody was talking anymore. I could hear everyone breathing, slightly too fast. The headlights were barely penetrating 10 feet ahead of us. That's when Kyle hit the brakes, hard enough that we all jerked forward. "What the fuck is that?" he whispered. At first, I couldn't see anything. Then I noticed it, a vague shape in the fog ahead of us. It was maybe 30 feet away, just at the edge of where our headlights could reach. It looked like a box or rectangular structure, but something was wrong with it. The edges seemed to be rippling, like it couldn't maintain its solidity. "Is that a shed?" Jess asked, her voice tight with fear. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It wasn't a shed. It wasn't anything I recognized. The shape seemed to be floating slightly above the ground, and as I watched it began to elongate, stretching upward like taffy being pulled. "Drive," I said, my mouth suddenly dry. "Kyle, drive around it." Kyle nodded and started to ease the car forward, giving the shape a wide berth. As we got closer, I could see that whatever it wasn't solid. It seemed to be made of the fog itself, but denser, darker. And there was something inside it, something that shifted and moved in ways that made my eyes hurt to look at. We were almost past it when Marcus suddenly screamed, a high, panicked sound that made me nearly jump out of my skin. "There's something in the tree! Look at the fucking tree!" I whipped my head around to look out Marcus's window. There was an old oak tree about 20 feet from the road, its branches stark against the fog. And perched on one of the lower limbs was... Christ, I still have trouble describing it. It was massive, easily 7 feet from head to toe. Crouched on the branch like it weighed nothing. It was covered in what looked like matted fur or hair, dark and hanging in clumps. Its limbs were too long, too jointed, ending in what I can only describe as claws. Not like animal claws, but like curved knives, gleaming faintly in the dim light. But it was the face that still haunts me. It didn't have one, just a smooth, pale area where features should be, with 2 sunken black spots where eyes might be. It was looking directly at our car, directly at me. "Go, fucking go!" Jess was screaming now, too. Kyle slammed his foot on the accelerator. The tires spun for a heart-stopping moment before catching, and then we were speeding forward, blind through the fog. I twisted in my seat, looking out the back window. The shape on the road was gone, but I swear I saw movement in the fog behind us. Something large keeping pace with the car just out of clear sight. No one spoke as Kyle drove, way too fast for the conditions. The fog seemed to be thinning, or maybe we were just leaving it behind. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, we emerged into a clearer stretch of road. Kyle didn't slow down until we reached the main highway, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. When he finally pulled over at a 24-hour gas station, we all just sat there, breathing hard, not looking at each other. What the fuck was that? Jess finally broke the silence, her voice shaking. Nobody had an answer. What could we say? We'd seen something impossible, something that shouldn't exist in our rational world of smartphones and science. Maybe it was just, I don't know, a weird shadow? The fog playing tricks, Kyle suggested, but his tone made it clear he didn't believe that any more than the rest of us did. Marcus was uncharacteristically quiet, staring straight ahead through the windshield. When he finally spoke, his voice was hollow. "My cousin told me about something he saw on that road 2 years ago. I thought he was full of shit." We sat in that gas station parking lot for almost an hour, trying to rationalize what we'd seen. The strange shape on the road, the thing in the tree. None of it made sense, and yet all 4 of us had seen it. Here's the part that still makes me question my sanity. We decided to go back the next night. I know how that sounds. Trust me, I know. But there's something about experiencing something so completely unexplainable that makes you need to confirm it wasn't just your mind playing tricks. We needed to know we weren't crazy. So the next night, a little before midnight, we were back in Kyle's Honda, turning onto San Felipe Road. We went earlier this time. None of us wanted to be there at 3 a.m. again. The road looked different. Normal. No fog, just a clear night with a half moon providing enough light to see the fields on either side. We drove slowly, all of us tense, looking for any sign of what we'd encountered the night before. We found the oak tree about 20 minutes in. Kyle pulled over, and we sat there staring at it. It looked like any other tree in daylight, I imagine. Gnarled and old, but not menacing. "I'm going to look," Marcus announced suddenly, reaching for the door handle. "Are you insane?" Jess grabbed his arm. "Don't you dare get out of this car." But curiosity is a powerful thing. Against my better judgment, I found myself saying, "I'll go with him. We'll just take a quick look." Kyle gave us his flashlight from the glove compartment, a hefty maglite that felt reassuring in my hand. Marcus and I got out of the car, the cool night air raising goosebumps on my arms. The silence was absolute. No traffic noise, no animal sounds, not even the rustle of wind in the trees. Just our footsteps on the gravel shoulder as we approached the oak. Up close, I could see the tree was older than I'd first thought. The trunk was massive, probably taking 3 people to circle it with outstretched arms. Marcus shined his phone flashlight up into the branches while I examined the lower limbs, including the one where we'd seen that thing. That's when I noticed the marks. Deep grooves in the bark, spaced about 8 inches apart. 4 parallel lines, 2 straight and 2 deep to be natural. They looked like something had dug its claws into the wood with incredible force. "Marcus," I whispered, pointing at the marks. He leaned in to look, his face going pale in the harsh light of our flashlights. "Those weren't made by any animal I know," he said. As we stood there, I became aware of a sensation I can only describe as pressure, not physical, but mental. A weight pressing against my consciousness, a certainty that we were being watched. I swung my flashlight in a wide arc, illuminating the field beyond the tree, but saw nothing. Just empty space and distant trees. And yet the feeling persisted, grew stronger, like something was right behind us, breathing down our necks, just waiting for us to turn around. "We need to go," I said, already backing toward the car. "Now." We didn't run. Something told me running would be the wrong move. But we walked very quickly back to the Honda, not looking back until we were safely inside with the doors locked. As Kyle pulled away, I finally allowed myself to look back at the tree. In the fading glow of the taillights, I thought I saw movement among the branches, a shifting of shadows that couldn't be explained by the wind, since there wasn't any. We ended up in an empty parking lot of a closed shopping center, sitting on the hood of Kyle's car, trying to make sense of what we'd experienced. That's when Marcus told us about the stories he'd been holding back. The real reason he'd wanted to go to San Felipe Road. Apparently, there had been sightings going back decades. Robed figures performing rituals in the fields, strange shrieks in the night that didn't sound human or animal, and most disturbing, descriptions of a creature that matched what we'd seen. A tall, fur-covered thing with too many joints and no face, often spotted in trees or at the edge of the road. "They say it's some kind of guardian," Marcus explained, his voice low despite the fact that we were alone in the parking lot. "That there's something on that road, something hidden, that it protects." Or it is the something, Jess suggested, hugging herself against the night chill. We talked for hours, sharing every detail we could remember, trying to convince ourselves there was a rational explanation. But deep down, I think we all knew there wasn't. That was 3 weeks ago. I've barely slept since then. When I do, I dream of fog and trees with claw marks and faceless things watching me from the darkness. I wake up certain that something followed us home from San Felipe Road, that it's out there, waiting. The others are coping in their own ways. Kyle refuses to talk about it at all. Jess has thrown herself into researching local legends and history, looking for any mention of similar sightings. Marcus went back by himself last week. He said he needed to know more. When he came back, he seemed different, quieter. He won't tell us what, if anything, he saw. As for me, I'm writing this down because I need someone to believe me. I need to know I'm not losing my mind. I find myself avoiding dark places, keeping all the lights on in my apartment at night. I take different routes home from work, sticking to well-lit streets with lots of traffic. I've installed a security camera facing my bedroom window, though I'm not sure I want to know if it captures anything. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I swear I can feel that same pressure on my mind that I felt by the tree, that sense of being watched by something inhuman. I tell myself it's just trauma, just my brain playing tricks on me. But then I remember those claw marks in the tree bark, too deep and too precise to be explained away. I remember the shape on the road that seemed to defy the laws of physics, and I remember the way that thing on the branch looked directly at me, with those black holes where eyes should be. Whatever we encountered on San Felipe Road that night, I don't think it's done with us. And I'm terrified of what happens when it decides to make itself known again. I still can't sleep right when I think about what happened 3 weeks ago. I've been driving trucks for over a decade, seen plenty of weird shit on the road, but nothing like this. I keep replaying it in my head, wondering what would have happened if I hadn't gotten away. It was the tail end of my Nevada run, about 3:50 in the morning. I was pushing it hard, trying to make my deadline. Hadn't slept more than a couple hours in the last day and a half. My eyes were burning, and I was running on nothing but gas station coffee and those 5-hour energy shots. I'd been avoiding stops to make up time, but the fuel gauge was hovering just above empty, and there was no way I'd make it to Reno without filling up. The GPS showed a gas station coming up in a few miles, literally the only one for about 60 miles in either direction. When I pulled off the highway, I remember thinking the place looked like something out of a bad dream. This wasn't one of those modern truck stops with the bright lights and 24-hour convenience store. This was old, like 1970s old, with those ancient pumps that still have the rolling numbers instead of digital displays. The whole building was this faded yellow color under the buzzing fluorescent lights, paint peeling off like dead skin. Half the windows were boarded up with plywood that had turned gray from years in the sun. The temperature had dropped into the low 30s, and when I stepped out of my cab, the desert cold hit me like a slap. It's weird how the desert works, scorching during the day, freezing at night. I remember rubbing my hands together, wishing I'd grabbed my heavier jacket instead of just my flannel. The wind was making this low moaning sound as it pushed through the gaps in the boards on the windows. I didn't see anybody inside the little building. No attendant, no other customers. Just a dim light behind the dusty windows. There was a faded sign saying, "Pay before pumping," but another handwritten note taped over it saying, "Card reader at pump." The whole setup made me uneasy, but I needed the gas, so I slid my card into the reader and started filling up. That's when I noticed the car. It was parked behind the building, half hidden in shadows, but I could make out the distinctive silhouette of a lowrider. One of those classic Impalas, dropped so low the frame almost scraped the ground. It was matte black, no chrome, no flash, just black on black, like it was trying to disappear into the night. I probably wouldn't have even seen it if the moonlight hadn't caught the edge of the windshield. Then I saw them, 4 guys standing around the car, all wearing white tank tops and baggy shorts, despite the freezing temperature. Even from where I was standing, I could see their arms and necks were covered in tattoos. Prison tats, not the artistic kind you get at a shop. One guy had something covering most of his face, not a mask, but tattoos running from his neck up over his chin and cheeks. What really got to me was how they were standing, just still, not talking to each other, not smoking, not doing anything. Just standing there, all 4 of them staring straight at me. No movement at all. It was like they were statues. In that moment, I felt like prey that had just been spotted by a pack of predators. I tried to act casual, kept pumping the gas, but my heart was hammering in my chest. I kept my eyes on the pump, watching the numbers tick up way too slowly. $15, $20, $25. Each second felt like an eternity. I couldn't shake the feeling of their eyes burning into me. When I glanced back up, they had moved. Not a lot, just a few steps closer, still in perfect unison, like they were connected by invisible strings. That's when every alarm bell in my body started ringing at once. These weren't just some local thugs looking to cause trouble. There was something deeply wrong about the way they moved, the way they watched me. I didn't wait to finish filling up, didn't even put the nozzle back. I just dropped it, letting it clatter against the side of my truck. I jumped into the cab, fumbling with my keys like an idiot in a horror movie. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped them. The engine roared to life, thank God, and I stomped on the gas, peeling out of that station so fast I felt the rear tires break loose for a second. As I hit the road, I checked my mirror and saw all 4 of them running toward their car with this weird, coordinated movement. No urgency, no shouting, just this calm, deliberate pursuit that somehow made it so much worse. I hit the highway doing 65 and climbing. My truck looks like nothing special from the outside. It's an older Dodge Ram with a rusted cab and faded paint, but under the hood is a completely different story. I'd put in a custom-tuned 5.7 Hemi last year, something I saved up for after a decade of hauling. Never thought I'd be so grateful for that decision. I pushed it up to 80, then 90, watching my rear-view mirror the whole time. For about 30 seconds, I thought I'd gotten away clean. Then I saw them, headlights coming up fast behind me. The lowrider had hit the highway and was gaining. You have to understand, lowriders aren't built for speed. They're built to look good, to cruise low and slow. But this thing was moving like it had a rocket strapped to it. It would surge forward in these bursts of acceleration, getting close enough that I could make out the silhouettes of the 4 men inside, then fall back a bit before surging again. I hit 100 MAF, then 110. My truck was shaking, the steering wheel vibrating in my hands. The road was completely empty, not another car in sight in either direction, just endless black desert on both sides, the yellow line disappearing under my truck, and those headlights behind me. There was a moment when they got close enough that their high beams flooded my cab with light. I could see their car clearly now, no plates, completely blacked out windows. I kept expecting them to pull alongside me, maybe try to force me off the road, but they just stayed right on my tail like they were toying with me. I don't know how long this went on, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 15. Time gets weird when you're terrified, but eventually I started to pull away. My truck had the advantage at higher speeds, and they couldn't keep up. Slowly, the headlights began to recede in my mirror, getting smaller and dimmer until finally they disappeared completely. But I didn't slow down, not right away. I kept that needle pinned well over 100 for another 20 minutes at least, constantly checking my mirrors, expecting to see those headlights appear again at any moment. My hands were cramped from gripping the wheel so tight, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. When I finally allowed myself to slow down to a more reasonable speed, I was drenched in sweat despite the cold. My shirt was sticking to my back, and I could feel my heart still racing in my chest. I kept driving for another hour before I dared to pull over at a well-lit rest area just outside a small town. I parked under the brightest light I could find and just sat there, listening to the tick of my cooling engine and watching the road behind me. The sun was starting to come up when I finally pulled into Reno. I was supposed to make my delivery, but I called my dispatcher and told him I needed a day. First time I'd ever done that in 10 years. I found a motel, took a scalding hot shower, and collapsed on the bed. But I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those 4 men standing there watching me. The next day, I met up with Mike for breakfast. He's an old buddy who works as a cop in Reno. I've known him since high school, and we try to catch up whenever my route brings me through. I told him what happened, half expecting him to laugh it off or tell me I was seeing things from sleep deprivation. But he didn't laugh. His face got all serious, and he leaned in close across the table. "That stretch of highway you were on," he said, keeping his voice low, even though nobody was sitting near us. "It's known territory. Cartel uses it to move product north because it avoids the main interstate checkpoints. Those weren't just some random gangbangers looking to jack your rig." He explained that the cartels use spotters and enforcers to watch their routes, make sure nobody's observing their shipments. Sometimes they'll hijack vehicles to use as cover or to throw off any surveillance. The fact that I was alone, in the middle of nowhere, in the dead of night, I was the perfect target. "You're lucky you got out of there," Mike said. "Those guys weren't planning on just taking your truck." I couldn't eat after that. The pancakes in front of me might as well have been cardboard. I kept thinking about what would have happened if my truck hadn't been as fast as it was, if I'd hesitated even a few seconds longer at that gas pump. It's been 3 weeks now, and I've switched to daytime runs on main highways only. My boss wasn't happy about it, but I told him it was either that or I quit. I've started carrying too, got my concealed permit and everything. Probably wouldn't have helped me that night, 4 against 1, but it makes me feel a little better. Sometimes when I'm driving at night and see headlights coming up behind me, I get this cold feeling in my stomach. I watch those lights get closer and closer, and for a split second, I'm back there, running for my life across that empty highway. I don't know what those men wanted. Maybe my truck, maybe the cargo, maybe something worse. What I do know is that I've never seen anyone stand so still in freezing cold, wearing next to nothing, move so deliberately, or look at another human being with such empty eyes. It was like they weren't even people, just something wearing human skin. I'll never stop at a remote gas station again, no matter how low my tank gets. I'd rather run out of gas on a busy highway in broad daylight than pull into another place like that in the dark. Some risks aren't worth taking, and some things you only need to see once to know you never want to see them again. I've been making the same commute across the Mojave for nearly 3 years now. 3 times a week. I wake up at 4:30 a.m., grab my thermos of coffee, kiss my still sleeping wife on the forehead, and hit the road by 5. The drive is about 2 hours each way, and honestly, I used to love it. Something about the desert at dawn, the way the light breaks over those distant mountains, how the sand changes color minute by minute. It was my time to think, to decompress. Was past tense. Because after what happened 2 weeks ago, I can't look at that stretch of highway the same way anymore. It started like any other Tuesday. The weather report promised another scorcher, already 78 degrees before sunrise. I remember checking my tire pressure before leaving. Something about the heat makes me paranoid about blowouts. My wife had packed me a lunch the night before, and I'd loaded up a new audiobook, though I rarely ended up listening to it. Most mornings, I'd just call her once she woke up around 6, and we'd chat while I drove through the emptiness. The first hour was completely normal. I passed maybe 3 other cars, all heading the opposite direction. The sun was starting to come up, turning everything this weird orangey pink color that never quite looks real. I remember thinking how the shadows of the Joshua trees looked like people standing at attention along the roadside. My wife called right on schedule, voice still groggy with sleep. "Morning, babe. Sleep okay?" I asked, switching to Bluetooth. Yeah. The AC's making that weird clicking noise again, though." We fell into our usual rhythm, talking about nothing important. The neighbor's dog that wouldn't stop barking, whether we should try that new restaurant this weekend, how her sister's kid was doing in soccer. Normal stuff. Background noise to keep me company while the miles disappeared under my tires. About an hour and 20 minutes in, I hit that long stretch where the road curves gently along the base of a small mountain range. It's actually one of the prettier sections, with these weird rock formations that remind me of melting wax sculptures. That's when this feeling started creeping in. It's hard to explain, like when you're home alone and suddenly think someone's watching you. I remember adjusting my mirrors a few times, checking behind me. Nothing there except empty asphalt and heat waves. My wife was still talking about her plans for the day, but I was only half listening at that point. "You okay?" she asked, picking up on my distraction. "Yeah, just, I don't know, weird vibe this morning." She laughed. "Desert ghosts?" I forced a chuckle. "Something like that." That's when I first noticed the dust cloud in my rear view. At first I thought it might be a dust devil. You see them all the time out there, spinning across the landscape. But this was moving too straight, too purposeful. After a few seconds, I could make out a motorcycle emerging from the cloud, absolutely flying down the highway. "There's some lunatic on a bike coming up behind me," I told my wife. "Must be doing at least 100. I eased over closer to the shoulder, giving him plenty of room to pass. We were approaching one of the nastier curves on the route, a sharp right bend with a guardrail that runs along a steep drop-off. Nothing immediately deadly below, just a rocky embankment that slopes down about 30 feet, but definitely not somewhere you'd want to go off-road. The bike was getting closer, and I could see the rider now, full black helmet, leather jacket despite the heat, hunched low over the handlebars. The engine sound hit me as he approached, this high-pitched whine that didn't sound quite right, like maybe something was wrong with it. He was weaving slightly, not the smooth line you'd expect from someone who rides that fast. "Jesus, this guy's going to kill himself," I muttered. "What? Who?" My wife's voice seemed very far away. The motorcycle blew past me like I was standing still. For just a split second, I could see the rider's helmet turn slightly toward me. this shiny black visor reflecting the morning sun. Then he was ahead, already shrinking in the distance, heading straight for that curve. I remember gripping my steering wheel tighter, that sick feeling you get when you just know something bad is about to happen. The bike wasn't slowing down, not at all. He was still full throttle approaching a turn that needed to be taken at maybe 45 miles tops. Oh shit, oh shit. What's happening? My wife's voice rose with alarm. I couldn't answer. I was watching in real time as the motorcycle hit the curve. The rider finally seemed to realize his mistake. I saw brake lights flash bright red, saw the bike tilt sharply as he tried to lean into the turn. But physics doesn't care about last-minute decisions. The bike wobbled violently, straightened, and then, like something out of a nightmare, shot straight toward the guardrail. There was this horrible screeching sound as metal hit metal. The rider separated from the bike, flying over the rail while the motorcycle tumbled along it, spraying sparks before it too disappeared over the edge. I gotta go. Someone just crashed. Call you back. I hung up before she could respond, already hitting my brakes and pulling onto the shoulder. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial 911. The dispatcher's voice sounded unreal, like I was listening underwater. I remember having to repeat myself multiple times as I explained where I was. "Sir, are you certain the rider went over the embankment?" Yes, I saw the whole thing. He's down there right now. Please hurry." "Emergency services are being dispatched. Is it possible for you to check on the condition of the rider while remaining safe yourself?" I looked at the steep slope beyond the guardrail. "I think so. I'm going to put you on speaker and set the phone down while I climb down." I grabbed my emergency kit from the trunk, something my wife had insisted I keep stocked with first aid supplies for these long desert drives. At the time, I'd thought she was being overly cautious. Now I was thanking God for her foresight. The guardrail was bent outward where the motorcycle had hit it, making it easier to step through. The embankment was steeper than it looked from the road, loose rocks sliding under my feet as I half walked, half slid down toward the wreckage. The motorcycle had come to rest about 20 feet down, completely destroyed. The front wheel was bent at this impossible angle, almost 90 degrees to the frame. Parts of the bike were scattered everywhere: mirrors, pieces of the fairing, a saddlebag torn open with contents spilled across the desert floor. The smell of gasoline and hot metal hung in the air. But where was the rider? That's when I heard a sound that made my blood run cold, a human groan coming from further down the slope. I carefully made my way lower, scanning the ground, and spotted him another 10 feet down, partially hidden behind a large rock. He was trying to stand up. I couldn't believe it. By all rights, this person should have been dead or at least unconscious. The helmet was cracked nearly in half. His leather jacket was torn open at the shoulder, showing skin scraped raw and bleeding. But he was conscious, trying to push himself upright with one arm, the other hanging at an unnatural angle. "Hey, don't move!" I called out, scrambling toward him. "Help is coming!" He turned toward my voice, and I saw his face for the first time as I got closer. Young guy, mid-20s maybe, with this expression of complete confusion. His left temple was bleeding badly, blood running down over his eye, which was swollen shut. His right collarbone was clearly broken, creating a visible deformity under his skin. "What happened?" he asked, his voice slurred. "Where's my bike?" "You crashed," I said, kneeling beside him and setting down my first aid kit. "Please don't try to move. You're hurt pretty badly." "I need to get to work," he mumbled, trying again to stand. I gently but firmly put my hand on his good shoulder. "You're not going anywhere except the hospital. Ambulance is on the way." I opened the first aid kit and grabbed gauze pads. pressing them against the head wound which was bleeding the worst. He winced, but didn't fight me. "Can you tell me your name?" I asked, trying to assess how coherent he was. "Jason," he said after a pause that went on just long enough to worry me. "Okay, Jason. Do you know what day it is?" Another long pause. "Tuesday." "That's right. Good. Can you tell me where it hurts?" He looked down at himself like he was seeing his injuries for the first time. "Everywhere. My shoulder. Can't move my arm. Head's killing me." I continued asking him basic questions while I did what little I could with my limited supplies. His pupils were different sizes. Not a good sign. Probable concussion. Definitely a broken collarbone. Possible internal injuries I couldn't see. But the fact that he was conscious and somewhat alert was nothing short of miraculous, given what I'd witnessed. The dispatcher was still on the line, my phone propped on a nearby rock. She updated me that help was about 15 minutes out. In the vastness of the desert, that felt like an eternity. "How fast was I going?" Jason asked suddenly. "Fast," I said. "Too fast for that curve." He closed his eyes. I was late. New job. Can't be late. I noticed his breathing was becoming more labored. "Try to stay still and breathe normally. Tell me about this job." Keeping him talking seemed important, though I wasn't sure if that was the right approach for someone with a head injury. But the alternative was sitting in silence, listening to his increasingly ragged breathing while scanning the empty highway above for signs of the ambulance. Jason's story came out in fragments. New mechanic job in Henderson. First real paycheck in months. Girlfriend waiting at home. Motorcycle was all he had for transportation. As he spoke, I became increasingly aware of how lucky he was to be alive. The more I looked at the scattered debris around us, the more violent the crash appeared. After what felt like hours but was probably only 10 minutes, I heard sirens in the distance. The relief that flooded through me was overwhelming. I stood up and waved my arms as the ambulance and a highway patrol car pulled up alongside my vehicle. The paramedics made their way down with a rescue basket and proper medical equipment. They seemed as surprised as I was to find Jason conscious. "He flew over the guardrail?" one of them asked me quietly as his partner began assessing Jason's condition. "Yeah. Bike hit first, then he separated from it. Must have gone at least 15 feet through the air before landing." The paramedic shook his head. "Guardian angel working overtime today." It took them about 20 minutes to stabilize Jason, secure him to the basket, and carefully transport him up the embankment. I followed behind, suddenly aware of how shaky my own legs had become now that the immediate crisis was passing. At the top, they loaded Jason into the ambulance. Before they closed the doors, I caught a glimpse of him strapped to the gurney, oxygen mask over his face, eyes closed now. The paramedic who'd spoken to me earlier approached with a clipboard. "You did good work down there," he said. "Probably helped keep him from going into shock. We'll need your contact information for the report." I gave him my details, answered a few questions for the highway patrol officer, and then suddenly found myself alone. The ambulance had departed, siren wailing as it sped back toward civilization. The patrol officer had returned to his vehicle to file his report. The desert was silent again, except for the occasional car passing by, drivers slowing to look curiously at the scene before continuing on their way. I stood there by the damaged guardrail, looking down at the motorcycle wreckage still scattered across the slope. From above, the full path of destruction was clear. The skid marks on the asphalt, the dent in the guardrail, the trail of debris leading down to the mangled bike. It looked like a crime scene. When I finally returned to my car, I saw my phone screen lit up with missed calls. 8 from my wife. I realized with a start that nearly an hour had passed since I'd abruptly ended our call. She must be freaking out. I called her back immediately, and she answered on the first ring. "Oh my God, are you okay? What happened? I've been losing my mind." "I'm fine," I said, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. "There was a motorcycle accident. I had to help." "Was it bad? Is everyone alive?" "Yeah, he's alive. It's hard to explain. It was really bad, but somehow he survived." I tried to describe what had happened, but the words felt inadequate. How do you explain watching someone cheat death by inches? How do you describe the sound a human body makes when it hits the ground after flying through the air, or the surreal experience of holding gauze against a stranger's bleeding head while making small talk about his new job? "Are you sure you're okay to keep driving?" my wife asked, concern heavy in her voice. "You sound really shaken up." "I'm fine," I lied. "I need to get to work. I'll call you on my break." After we hung up, I sat in my car for another 10 minutes, just staring at the road ahead. I'd driven this route hundreds of times, could practically navigate it with my eyes closed. But suddenly it looked different, dangerous, unpredictable. When I finally put the car in drive and pulled back onto the highway, I found myself gripping the wheel with white knuckles, driving exactly at the speed limit. Every curve in the road, every slight dip or rise seemed to hide potential disaster. I kept seeing Jason's confused face, blood running down over his swollen eye, kept hearing the sound of metal tearing as the bike hit the guardrail. There was nothing supernatural about what I witnessed that morning. No ghosts, no inexplicable phenomena, just physics and fragile human bodies. But it shook me more deeply than any ghost story ever could. The randomness of it, the stark reminder of how quickly everything can change. One moment you're rushing to a new job, the next you're bleeding on desert rocks with a stranger pressing gauze against your head. It's been 2 weeks now, and I still make that same commute 3 times a week. I still leave at 5 a.m., still watch the sun rise over the Mojave. But I drive differently now. I see the desert differently. That familiar route I once found so peaceful now feels like skating on thin ice, beautiful but treacherous. I keep thinking about those few seconds when the motorcycle passed me, that brief moment when the rider turned his head and I saw my own reflection in his black visor. I looked up the accident online a few days later. Jason survived, though with extensive injuries: broken collarbone, shattered left wrist, severe concussion, 3 broken ribs, ruptured spleen. They called it a miracle in the local paper. The highway patrol officer was quoted saying he'd never seen someone walk away from a crash that violent. But he didn't really walk away, did he? I was there. I saw him trying to stand on legs that shouldn't have been able to support him. I heard him talking about being late for work while blood pooled in his eye socket. Sometimes I wonder if what I saw was just adrenaline and shock carrying him through, or if there really are moments when the human body simply refuses to accept the damage done to it. Every time I pass that curve now, I slow down to look at the repaired guardrail. There's nothing left of the accident. Highway maintenance cleared the wreckage days ago. No cross or memorial marks the spot. To anyone else driving by, it's just another bend in an endless desert road. But I know better. I know what happened there. Know how thin the line is between an ordinary Tuesday morning and a life forever changed. And sometimes, when the light hits just right, I swear I can still see the ghost of those skid marks on the asphalt, a dark reminder etched into the landscape. I never thought I'd be sharing this. I've been turning it over in my mind for weeks now, trying to find some logical explanation, but I can't. I need to get this out, even if no one believes me. Last month, my husband Mike and I were driving back from his cousin's wedding in Georgia. We decided to take the scenic route through Tennessee to visit my family in Kentucky. It was supposed to be a nice detour, just a few hours on some country roads before hitting the interstate again. We left later than planned, around 8 p.m. The weather forecast mentioned some rain, but nothing major. Mike had been drinking at the reception. I was DD. So after about an hour on the road, he reclined his seat and fell asleep. I didn't mind. I actually enjoy night driving when there's little traffic, just me, some music playing low, and the open road. It started raining around 10 p.m. Not a downpour, just steady enough that I had to keep the wipers going. The roads got narrower as we went deeper into rural Tennessee. Signs for small towns I'd never heard of appeared and disappeared in my headlights. The GPS signal kept dropping in and out, but I wasn't worried. We were on a state highway that would eventually connect to I-75. What I didn't expect was the fog. It rolled in suddenly, these dense patches that would appear out of nowhere. One minute I'd have decent visibility. The next I'd be leaning forward, squinting through a wall of gray. The road wasn't just dark, it was pitch black. No streetlights, no houses, nothing. Just my headlights cutting through rain and fog and endless trees on both sides. After about an hour of this, I realized we hadn't passed another car in at least 30 minutes. That's when I started feeling uneasy. There's something deeply isolating about being the only vehicle on a rural road at night. I kept checking my phone, but we were in a total dead zone. No service bars at all. Mike was still out cold, his head tilted against the window, breath fogging the glass. The radio was mostly static, so I turned it off. The silence made everything worse. Just the sound of tires on wet asphalt, the rhythmic swish of wipers, and my own breathing. Around midnight, I came to this really tight bend where the trees crowded right up to the pavement. I slowed down to maybe 30 mph, fighting with the steering wheel to keep us centered on the road. That's when I saw it. In my peripheral vision, something moved. Not small, massive. Maybe 20 feet from the road, this enormous shape detached itself from the tree line. I'm not exaggerating when I say it was as tall as a 3-story building. My first split-second thought was crane or construction equipment. But we were in the middle of nowhere, and whatever this was, it was moving. It stepped. That's the only word that fits. It stepped from the trees with this deliberate, purposeful movement. I couldn't make out details through the rain and fog, just this impossibly tall silhouette. Then it vanished back into the darkness. My heart practically exploded in my chest. I wanted to slam on the brakes, but some part of my brain warned me that stopping on wet asphalt on a blind curve was a death wish. Instead, I gripped the wheel tighter and pressed the gas a little, just wanting to get past that spot. I glanced at Mike, almost hoping he'd woken up, but he just shifted slightly and kept sleeping. I was completely alone with what I'd just seen. For the next few minutes, I kept checking my mirrors frantically, expecting to see something following us. Nothing appeared, but that didn't make me feel any better. My hands were shaking so badly I had to concentrate on keeping the car straight. About 10 minutes later, I spotted a motel sign in the distance. The red vacancy neon cut through the fog, and for a second, I felt relief. Then I got closer and saw the place, a run-down single-story motel with only 2 cars in the lot. The office was dark except for a dim desk lamp. It looked abandoned despite the lit sign. Something about it felt wrong, not safer than the open road. I kept driving. Mike stirred briefly, mumbling something about needing to use the bathroom. I almost told him then, almost shook him fully awake to have someone share this bizarre experience with me. But what would I say? Hey, I just saw a giant something in the woods? He'd think I was hallucinating from fatigue, so I just told him we'd stop soon, and he drifted back to sleep. Around 1 a.m. I spotted lights ahead, a truck stop. Not a big chain one, just some local place with gas pumps and a small convenience store. The lot was empty except for a single semi parked off to the side. I pulled in, desperate to be around other people and to get out of the car for a minute. I woke Mike up enough to tell him I was getting gas and using the bathroom. He nodded groggily and said he'd stay in the car. Inside, there was just one employee, an older man with deep creases in his face, reading a paperback behind the counter. He barely looked up when I entered. I grabbed a coffee and some snacks, then approached the register. I was still shaken, and I guess it showed. "You all right, miss?" he asked as he rang up my items. "Yeah, just tired," I said. Then, because I needed some reassurance from a local, I added, "The fog out there is really something. Makes the drive pretty scary." He looked at me more directly then. "Where you headed?" "Kentucky. Just passing through." He nodded slowly. "Stick to the main roads. Some of these back highways get tricky at night." Something about his tone made me press further. I think I saw something strange back there, in the trees, really tall. His expression didn't change, but he paused before bagging my items. "People see things this time of year, especially in the fog." "What do you mean, things?" I asked. He shrugged. "Just saying. Some things are better left alone." Then he handed me my change and turned away, clearly ending the conversation. That interaction left me even more unsettled. It wasn't what he said. It was what he didn't say. Like he knew exactly what I was talking about but refused to acknowledge it directly. Back in the car, Mike was more awake. He noticed my hands trembling as I passed him a coffee. "You okay to drive? Want me to take over?" he asked. I almost said yes, almost told him everything, but some irrational part of me felt like speaking it aloud would make it more real. Plus, he'd been drinking earlier. "I'm fine, just tired and the roads are bad." We got back on the highway. The fog was still thick, but having Mike awake made me feel marginally better. He tried making conversation, asking how long we'd been driving and how far we had to go. That's when I saw it again. This time it was on Mike's side of the road, further back in the tree line, but unmistakable. Another tall, warped silhouette. The proportions were all wrong. Limbs too long and thin, torso too compressed. It wasn't moving toward us, just watching. Standing there among the trees. I involuntarily hit the gas, pushing us to 65 despite the dangerous conditions. "Whoa, what's the rush?" Mike asked, grabbing the dashboard. "Sorry," I mumbled. "Just want to get to my parents before dawn." He gave me a strange look but didn't push it. Instead, he turned on the radio and found a clear station playing classic rock. The familiar music helped a little, creating a bubble of normalcy in the car. For the next hour, I kept my eyes locked on the road ahead, refusing to look into the woods on either side. Mike dozed off again despite the music. I kept the speed up, only slowing for the worst curves. When we finally crossed the state line into Kentucky around 3 a.m., I felt some of the tension leave my body. The towns became more frequent, and eventually we hit a stretch with occasional streetlights and 24-hour gas stations. Signs of civilization never looked so beautiful. We pulled into my parents' driveway just as dawn was breaking. The sky was turning that pale gray blue, birds starting to chirp. My mom was already up, making coffee in the kitchen. She hugged us both, commenting that I looked exhausted. I was, But not just physically. That day passed in a blur of family conversations and catching up. I went through the motions, smiled at all the right times, but my mind kept replaying those moments on the dark Tennessee road. That night, while everyone was asleep, I sat by the window in my old bedroom, looking out at the trees behind my parents' house. They were just normal trees, oaks and maples I'd grown up with. But now I found myself studying their shapes, watching for movement. Mike was snoring softly in the bed behind me. I've tried researching local legends about the Tennessee back roads. There are plenty of ghost stories, but nothing that matches what I saw. I even checked news reports for the area, wondering if there had been any strange sightings reported. Nothing. Sometimes I convince myself it was just fatigue, my mind playing tricks after hours of monotonous driving in bad conditions. But then I remember the truck stop attendant's face, his careful non-answer. It's been weeks now, and I still wake up sometimes thinking about it. Mike wants to take that same route on our drive back after Christmas. I've been making excuses, suggesting other roads, longer but more scenic routes. Because here's the thing that keeps me up at night. I don't think I just saw something strange in Tennessee. I think something saw me. And somehow, I know it's still there, waiting by those narrow roads where the trees crowd close to the pavement and the fog rolls in thick after dark. I won't be taking that road again, ever. But sometimes, especially when I'm alone at night, I find myself checking the tree line wherever I am, just to make sure nothing tall and wrong-shaped is standing there watching. Whatever it was, that watcher in the Tennessee woods, I left it behind physically, but mentally, it's still with me, and I don't think it's ever going to leave. I still wake up sometimes thinking about what happened last summer. I've tried talking to my brother and sister about it, but Lucas just gets angry and Emma starts crying, so we've all just stopped bringing it up. Mom thinks we made the whole thing up for attention, but I know what we saw. I know. I live in Whispering Flats, Nevada. It's the kind of place you'd drive through and not even realize was a town. We've got exactly one gas station, a post office that's only open 3 days a week, and about 200 people who all know each other's business. The nearest actual city is over an hour away, so us kids have to make our own fun. Behind our house, there's these old abandoned gravel pits that stretch for miles. Mom always told us to stay away from them because they're dangerous. Unstable ground, deep holes, that kind of stuff. But when you're 14 like me, or 12 like Lucas, or even 9 like Emma, and there's literally nothing else to do, those warnings just make the pits more interesting. We'd been exploring them for years, honestly. We had our own little trails and hideouts, and we knew how to avoid the truly dangerous spots. Mom would have had a fit if she knew, but we were always careful. We'd pretend we were explorers discovering ancient lands or survivors in some post-apocalyptic world. Just kid stuff. That day in July started like any other. It was hot, desert hot, the kind where the air itself feels like it's trying to cook you. School had been out for a month, and we were already bored of our usual spots. Lucas was the one who suggested we go further into the pits than we'd ever gone before. "I bet there's cool stuff back there," he said, pointing to a section we'd never explored. Maybe old mining equipment or something. Emma was nervous, she always is, but I was with Lucas. I was tired of the same old games in the same old places. "Come on, Em," I said. "We'll be careful. Don't be such a baby." I wish I hadn't said that. I wish we'd listened to her. The pits change as you go deeper in. Near our house, they're just shallow depressions with scrubby bushes and rocks. But as we walked, they got deeper. the walls rising up around us like we were walking through canyons. The ground changed too, more loose gravel, trickier footing. We had to help Emma a few times when she slipped. It was weird how quiet it got. Usually you can hear the occasional car on the highway or the wind blowing through the desert brush. But after about 30 minutes of walking, I noticed that all I could hear was our footsteps crunching on the gravel and our breathing. No birds, no wind, nothing. "It's too quiet," Emma whispered, and I felt a chill despite the heat. "Don't be stupid," Lucas said, but I could tell he noticed it too. "It's just because the walls are blocking the sound." I wasn't so sure, but I didn't want to scare Emma more, so I nodded like that made perfect sense. We rounded a bend in the gravel pit, and there it was, just sitting there like it belonged, like it had always been there. A teepee. Not a little play one made of sticks leaned together, but a full-sized, perfectly constructed teepee. It had to be at least 15 feet tall, made of long, straight logs tied together at the top with some kind of dark material. The logs were stripped clean of bark and looked freshly cut. We all stopped dead in our tracks. "What the hell?" Lucas whispered. I couldn't answer. I was too busy trying to figure out where those logs had come from. There aren't any real trees around Whispering Flats, just scrubby desert plants and some bushes. The nearest proper forest is hours away. These logs looked like pine or maybe cedar, and they were huge, each one at least 8 inches thick. "Who built it?" Emma asked, clutching my hand. Her palm was sweaty, or maybe mine was. "I don't know," I said. "Maybe some campers?" But even as I said it, I knew that made no sense. Nobody camps in abandoned gravel pits. And how would they have gotten those massive logs here? We hadn't seen any tire tracks, and the nearest road was at least a mile back. I wanted to get closer, to investigate, but my body wouldn't move. It was like my instincts were screaming at me to stay away. From the looks on Lucas and Emma's faces, they felt the same way. "Let's go home," Emma said, tugging at my hand. For once, Lucas didn't argue. "Yeah, it's getting late anyway." It wasn't, really. It was only around 3 p.m., but we all turned around and walked back the way we came, faster than we'd arrived. None of us talked about the teepee that night at dinner. It was like we had some unspoken agreement not to mention it, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Where had those logs come from? Who had built it? And why did it feel so wrong? The next day, Lucas came to my room first thing in the morning. "We should go back," he said without preamble. "What? Why?" I asked, though I'd been thinking the same thing. "Because it doesn't make sense. We need to figure out what it is." I hesitated. "What about Emma?" "She'll want to come too. You know she hates being left out." He was right. When we told Emma, she was scared but insisted on coming. "I'm not a baby," she said, her chin jutting out stubbornly. So after breakfast, we told Mom we were going to play in the backyard, and then we snuck off to the pits again. I remember feeling nervous as we approached the spot where we'd seen the teepee. Part of me expected it to be gone, like maybe we'd all hallucinated it. Another part was afraid it would still be there, and we'd have to figure out what to do about it. We were about 50 yards away when Emma suddenly stopped. "Do you smell that?" she asked. I sniffed the air. There was something, a faint, sweet smell, like herbs burning. It wasn't strong, but in the clean desert air it stood out. "It's coming from over there," Lucas said, pointing toward the teepee. We rounded the bend more cautiously this time. The teepee was still there, looking exactly as it had the day before, but there was something new in front of it. At first, I thought someone had laid out a black coat or blanket on the ground, but as we got closer, I realized what it was, and my stomach twisted into a knot. It was a bird, a crow or a raven, I'm not sure which. It had been split right down the middle, from beak to tail, and spread out flat on the ground like a grotesque butterfly. Its wings were stretched to their full span, and its insides were gone, just empty. There was no blood anywhere, not on the bird, not on the ground. It was like it had been dissected with surgical precision, and then laid out like some kind of sick welcome mat in front of the teepee. Emma made a choked sound beside me. Lucas was completely frozen, his face white as a sheet. I couldn't move either. I just stood there staring at this impossible, horrible thing. Then the smell got stronger, that sweet herbal smell, and I swear I heard something moving inside the teepee. Not footsteps, but a soft sliding sound, like fabric dragging across the ground. That broke the spell. Without a word, we all turned and ran. Emma started crying, but she didn't slow down. We ran all the way back home, not stopping once, not looking back. When we burst into the kitchen, Mom took one look at our faces and knew something was wrong. "What happened?" she demanded. "Are you hurt?" Between gasps for breath, we told her about the teepee and the bird. She frowned, looking increasingly concerned. Not about the teepee, but about us. "Show me," she finally said. So we led her back to the pits. I was terrified of what we might find, but also weirdly relieved that an adult was with us now. Mom would know what to do, except when we got to the spot, the exact same spot, I'm positive. There was nothing there, no teepee, no bird, not even any marks in the gravel to show where it had been. "But it was right here!" Lucas shouted, kicking at the ground in frustration. Mom looked around, then back at us with that expression parents get when they think you're making things up. "Kids, this isn't funny. You had me worried." "We're not lying," Emma cried. "It was here. The bird was all cut open and—" "That's enough," Mom cut her off firmly. "I don't know what game you're playing, but it stops now. These pits are dangerous. You're not to come out here again, understand?" We nodded miserably. There was no point arguing. She wouldn't believe us. On the walk back, I kept looking over my shoulder. The gravel pits seemed different somehow, more threatening. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that bird, splayed out like that, so unnaturally empty. Around 3 a.m., I got up to get some water and noticed Emma's light was on. I found her sitting up in bed, wide awake. "Can't sleep either?" I asked. She shook her head. "I keep hearing things." "What things?" "Like scratching outside my window." I tried to tell her it was just branches, but we both knew there weren't any trees tall enough to reach our second-story windows. The next few days were weird. Mom kept a closer eye on us, so we couldn't go back to the pits even if we wanted to. But strange things started happening. I found footprints in the dust outside my window, not shoe prints, but bare feet, with toes that seemed too long and spread too wide. They led from the edge of the property toward my window, then disappeared. At twilight, the usual desert sounds, the crickets, the occasional coyote, would suddenly stop, leaving an unnatural silence that made my skin crawl. It was like the whole desert was holding its breath. And always, always, that feeling of being watched. I'd be doing something completely normal, helping Mom with dishes or reading on the porch, and suddenly get this overwhelming sense that someone was staring at me. I'd whip around, but there was never anyone there. Lucas started sleeping with his baseball bat next to his bed. Emma wouldn't go anywhere in the house alone. We were all on edge, jumping at every sound. About a week after we found the teepee, I woke up in the middle of the night to that sweet herbal smell. It was faint, but unmistakable. My heart started racing immediately. I lay perfectly still, listening. There was a soft scratching sound coming from my window. Slow, deliberate. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I wanted to scream, to run to Mom's room, but I was paralyzed with fear. I managed to turn my head just slightly toward the window. The curtains were drawn, but I could see a shadow against them, a tall, thin shadow that shouldn't have been possible on our second floor. It seemed to be swaying slightly, and as I watched, two long, thin fingers appeared at the edge of the curtain. I squeezed my eyes shut and started silently counting to 10, something I'd do as a kid when I was scared. When I opened them again, the shadow was gone, but the smell lingered. The next morning I checked outside my window. There, in the dust on the windowsill, were 3 perfect handprints. The fingers were twice as long as they should have been. I didn't tell Mom. I didn't tell Lucas or Emma either. I was afraid saying it out loud would make it more real somehow. But later that day, I caught Lucas staring at his own window with a haunted expression, and I knew he'd experienced something too. That night, Emma crawled into my bed around midnight. "It was outside my window," she whispered. "I saw its eyes." I hugged her close and didn't ask what it was. I didn't want to know. 2 days later, Mom had to drive into the city for supplies. She'd be gone most of the day. "Stay out of trouble," she warned us as she left, "and stay away from those pits." We had no intention of going near the pits. We were too scared. But around noon, the power went out. It happens sometimes in Whispering Flats. The infrastructure is old and unreliable, especially in summer when everyone's running AC. Lucas went to check the breaker box in the backyard. He was gone for about 5 minutes before he came running back in, white-faced and breathing hard. "There's something out there," he gasped. "By the edge of the pits. I think it's watching the house." Emma started crying immediately. I tried to stay calm. "What did it look like?" I asked. Lucas shook his head. "I didn't get a good look. It was tall, thin. It moved weird, not like a person." We locked all the doors and windows and huddled in the living room, waiting for Mom to come home. The hours dragged by. The house got hotter and hotter as the day wore on with no AC. We were all sweating and scared. Around 4 p.m. we heard something on the front porch. Footsteps. But not normal footsteps. They were too light, too skittering. Then came a soft scratching at the door, not like someone knocking, more like someone dragging their nails across the wood, testing it. Emma was crying silently now. Lucas had his bat raised. I was trying to call Mom, but there was no signal. There never is when you really need it in Whispering Flats. The scratching moved from the door to the windows, circling the house. I could see the shadow passing by the curtains, tall and thin, just like the one I'd seen outside my window. It moved in a jerky, unnatural way, like its joints bent differently than ours, and everywhere it went, that sweet, herbal smell followed. We heard a sound from the kitchen, the back door rattling in its frame like someone was testing its strength. Lucas looked at me, panic in his eyes. "Did you lock it?" he whispered. I nodded, but I wasn't sure. I thought I had, but what if I hadn't? The rattling stopped. For a moment, everything was silent. Then we heard the back door slowly creak open. Emma whimpered. Lucas raised his bat higher. I grabbed a heavy lamp from the side table, ripping its cord from the wall. Footsteps in the kitchen now, light, skittering, coming closer. The smell was overwhelming. Sweet herbs and something else under it, something rotten. The kitchen door was just around the corner from where we were. We could see a shadow stretching across the floor as whatever it was came closer. A long, distorted shadow with impossible proportions. And then we heard Mom's car in the driveway, the honk of the horn as she always does to let us know she's home. The shadow paused. The smell seemed to intensify for a moment, and then it was gone. The shadow retreated. We heard the back door close gently. When Mom came in, she found the three of us huddled together in the living room, weapons in hand, tears on our faces. "What on earth?" she exclaimed. We tried to tell her what happened, but it came out as a jumble of terrified half-sentences. She checked the house, confirmed the back door was unlocked, "You kids need to be more careful," and attributed our state to the heat and overactive imaginations. She didn't smell the herbal scent that still hung in the air. She didn't see the long, thin footprints in the dust of the kitchen floor that disappeared halfway across the room. We never went back to the gravel pits. Mom says we've outgrown that phase, but the truth is, none of us can bear to go near them. Sometimes, at twilight, I look out my window toward the pits and see a thin shape standing at their edge, perfectly still, watching our house. It's always gone when I look again. I still wake up sometimes to that smell and the soft scratching at my window. The handprints appear on dusty surfaces throughout the house, long-fingered and alien. Lucas has stopped sleeping in his own room altogether and camps out on the floor of mine. Emma has nightmares almost every night. Mom thinks we need therapy for our shared delusion. Maybe she's right. Maybe we did imagine the teepee, the bird, everything that followed, but I don't think so. Because last week, when I was helping Mom bring in groceries, I found something tucked into the frame of our front door. A small bundle of dried herbs tied with what looked like horsehair. And underneath it, carved into the door frame so subtly you'd miss it if you weren't looking, was a symbol. A circle with lines radiating from it, like a child's drawing of the sun. I threw the bundle away and tried to scratch out the symbol, but my fingernails barely made a dent in the wood. That night, the scratching at my window was louder than ever. I don't know what we disturbed that day in the pits. I don't know why it's fixated on us or what it wants. All I know is that it's still watching, still waiting. And sometimes, when the house is quiet and that unnatural silence falls over the desert, I think I can hear the distant sound of something moving in that teepee that no longer exists. Has anyone else experienced something like this? I'm desperate for answers. I don't think we can keep living like this much longer. I've been debating whether to even write this down, but I need to tell someone. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, I wouldn't believe it if someone else told me this story, but I swear every word is true. I live in Nightshade Valley, a tiny speck on the map that most people drive through without a second glance. It's the kind of place where everybody knows everybody, where the nearest Walmart is a 45-minute drive, and where the night sky actually looks like the night sky because there's barely any light pollution. That night sky is what started all this. I've always been into stargazing. Nothing fancy, no expensive telescopes or anything. Just me, lying in the bed of my old Ford F-150, staring up at the stars. It's peaceful out here, or at least it was. My house sits on about 5 acres at the edge of town, backing up to a cattle feedlot about half a mile away. The smell isn't great when the wind shifts, but the sounds had always been kind of comforting, just normal cow noises in the distance. White noise, almost. I'd gotten so used to them that I barely noticed anymore, until that night 3 months ago. I remember it was unseasonably warm for October. I'd grabbed a blanket and a thermos of hot chocolate and headed out to my usual spot in the truck bed. The stars were incredible that night, one of those crystal-clear skies where the Milky Way stretches across like spilled paint. I was trying to find Orion when I first noticed something off about the cattle sounds. At first, I couldn't quite place what was wrong. The usual low mooing was there, but there was something else. Something that made the hair on my arms stand up. I sat up in the truck bed, straining to hear. There was one sound that stood out from the rest. One cow that didn't sound right. I know how crazy this sounds, but the noise was almost human-like. Not human words or anything, but the pitch and cadence were off, like someone doing a really bad impression of a cow. I told myself it was probably just a sick animal, or maybe the wind was distorting the sound somehow. But then it got louder and more focused, like whatever was making that sound had noticed me noticing it. I sat there frozen, listening as this not-quite cow noise grew more insistent. My heart was racing, and despite the warm night, I felt cold all over. There was this overwhelming feeling that I was being watched, that something out there in the dark was paying very specific attention to me. I tried to shake it off. I'm not usually jumpy or superstitious, but something deep in my brain, some ancient survival instinct, was screaming at me to get inside. Now. I scrambled out of the truck bed, leaving my blanket and thermos behind, and practically ran to my front door. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. Once inside, I locked the door, drew all the blinds, and turned on every light in the house. The sound had stopped the moment I moved. That's what really gets me, how it just cut off, like whatever was making it didn't want me to pinpoint its location once I was actively trying to. I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just a weird animal sound, and my imagination was running wild. But I didn't go stargazing again for weeks after that. Something felt different, like the valley had changed, or like I was suddenly seeing a layer of it that had always been there, but that I'd been blind to before. I probably would have convinced myself it was nothing if that had been the end of it, but it wasn't. About 3 weeks later, my family planned a camping trip in the mountains around Pinewood Ridge. My sister was visiting from Colorado, and we wanted to show her some of our favorite spots. I brought my dog Toad along. He's a stocky pit mix, loyal to a fault and smart as hell. I've had him since he was a puppy, and he's the best companion I could ask for. We found a great spot to set up camp, about 2 miles in from the trailhead. After we got the tents up, we needed firewood. I volunteered to go look, with Toad on his leash beside me. My mom and sister stayed behind to organize the food and supplies. I headed down a narrow trail, looking for fallen branches that would burn well. Toad trotted alongside me, occasionally stopping to sniff at something interesting. We got far enough away that I couldn't hear my family talking anymore, but I wasn't worried. The woods were familiar territory. That's when it happened again. That feeling, not exactly the same as before, but similar, like a whisper in my head, but not made of words, more like a suggestion, a pull. I found myself veering off the trail, drawn toward a thicker part of the forest where the trees grew so close together that little sunlight filtered through. I wasn't consciously deciding to go that way. It was like I was being tugged by an invisible thread. The rational part of my brain was getting fuzzy, like when you're half asleep and logic starts to blur. I remember thinking vaguely that maybe there was better firewood in that direction, but it didn't make sense. The deadfall would be in the clearer areas, not the dense underbrush. Still, I kept walking, feeling almost dreamy. The pull got stronger the farther I went from the trail. Whatever was drawing me wanted me deeper in the woods, away from my family, away from safety. I'd have kept going if not for Toad. He suddenly stopped dead, planting his feet and refusing to move another inch. The leash went taut, jerking me back to reality as sharply as if someone had thrown cold water in my face. I blinked, looking around in confusion. I was standing at the edge of a small ravine that I hadn't even noticed approaching. One more step, and I'd have tumbled down a good 15-foot drop onto jagged rocks. Toad was whining, pulling back hard on his leash, his eyes fixed not on the ravine but on something in the trees to our left. I couldn't see anything there, but he was bristling, hackles raised. The spell broken, fear flooded through me. I turned and hurried back to the trail, my arms covered in goosebumps despite the afternoon warmth. Toad didn't need any encouragement to leave. He practically dragged me back toward camp. I didn't tell my family what happened. What could I say? Something invisible tried to lure me off a cliff. They'd think I was losing it. So I made up some excuse about not finding good wood, and my brother-in-law went instead. He came back with an armful of perfect branches from right along the main trail. That night was awful. I couldn't sleep, jumping at every crack of a twig or hoot of an owl. Toad was just as bad, growling softly at the darkness beyond our campfire. He usually sleeps like a rock, but that night he stayed alert, his body tense against my side in the tent. My sister asked if I was okay the next morning, saying I looked terrible. I blamed it on the hard ground and the cold. We cut the trip short anyway because it started to rain, and honestly, I was relieved. I tried to put both incidents out of my mind when we got home. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the cattle sound was just a weird coincidence, and the feeling in the woods was just me zoning out from tiredness. But I stopped stargazing. I kept Toad closer to the house during our walks, and I started keeping the doors locked even during the day. Then came the worst encounter, the one that convinced me something is really, seriously wrong. It was early December, and a thick fog had settled over the valley, the kind of fog that muffles sounds and makes 5 feet in front of you look like another dimension. My mom's husky, Luna, had gotten out of their yard somehow. Mom called me in a panic, saying Luna had been gone for hours. I grabbed Toad and drove over immediately. My sister was there too, and we split up to cover more ground. Mom took the road toward town. My sister headed toward the creek, and Toad and I took the fields behind their house that stretched toward the national forest boundary. The fog was so dense I could barely see where I was stepping. It was late afternoon, but it felt like twilight already, the winter sun weakly filtering through the mist. I called Luna's name every few minutes, stopping to listen for any response. I'm not sure exactly when I realized I'd gotten separated from my sister. One minute I could hear her calling Luna's name in the distance, and the next there was nothing but silence. The fog seemed to absorb every sound. Even Toad's panting seemed muted. We kept walking, following a line of old fence posts that I knew would eventually lead to the road. The temperature was dropping fast as evening approached, and my breath made clouds in the frigid air. That's when I heard it. A voice. But not my sister's or my mom's. Not anyone's voice that I recognized. It was coming from somewhere in the fog-shrouded field to my right. A strange rhythmic chanting that didn't sound like any language I've ever heard. Low and droning, rising and falling in patterns that made no sense but somehow felt meaningful. Like it was saying something important, something meant specifically for me. I stopped walking. Toad froze beside me, his ears perked forward, his body rigid. The chanting continued, and with it came that same compelling feeling I'd experienced in the woods. That pull, that whisper that wasn't made of words. It was stronger this time, more insistent. I found myself turning toward the sound, my feet moving before I'd consciously decided to change direction. Logically, I knew I should be terrified, but in that moment, all I felt was a strange, dreamlike curiosity. I needed to find the source of that voice. It was important somehow, necessary. I walked through the tall, dead winter grass, the fog swirling around me. I couldn't feel the cold anymore. I couldn't really feel anything except that pull, drawing me deeper into the field, away from the fence line, away from the way back. Toad began to resist, pulling back on his leash. I remember feeling annoyed at him, which isn't like me at all. I love that dog more than most people. But in that moment, he was an obstacle. I actually considered dropping his leash so I could follow the voice unimpeded. The chanting grew louder, more fervent. I could almost make out words now, almost understand what it was saying. Just a little closer, I thought. Just a little further, and I'll see. I'll understand. Toad suddenly lunged against his leash with such force that it was yanked from my hand. But instead of running away, he circled back and grabbed my coat sleeve in his teeth, pulling me backward with surprising strength. The sharp tug and the sight of my dog so desperately trying to move me snapped me out of whatever trance I'd fallen into. The world rushed back in all at once, the biting cold, the darkening sky, the realization that I was standing in the middle of an unfamiliar field with no landmarks visible in the fog, and that voice, still chanting, but now sounding angry, frustrated. Absolute terror washed over me. I turned and ran, following Toad as he led me back toward what I hoped was safety. The voice rose to a fevered pitch behind us, the chanting turning into something that sounded almost like screaming. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The silence that followed was almost as terrifying as the voice had been. I don't remember much about getting back to my mom's house. Somehow Toad led me to the road, and I followed it until I saw the porch lights through the fog. My sister and Mom were already back, with Luna, who'd apparently just shown up at the back door on her own. They were worried sick about me. I'd been gone for over 2 hours, though it had felt like minutes. My mom said I looked like I'd seen a ghost, and I guess in a way I had. I made up some story about getting turned around in the fog, and they believed me. What else would they think? That was 7 weeks ago. I haven't heard the voice since, or felt that strange, compelling pull. But I know it's still out there, waiting, watching. I keep all the doors and windows locked now, day and night. I've installed motion sensor lights around the entire perimeter of my property. I don't go out after dark if I can help it, and I never go anywhere alone. Toad sleeps in my room, and sometimes I wake up to find him standing alert at the window, staring out into the night, growling softly. I haven't told anyone else about this. Who would believe me? But I know what I experienced was real. Something in Nightshade Valley wants me. It tried to lure me away 3 times now, and each time something stopped it. My own instincts the first time, and Toad the other 2. I'm terrified of what might happen if there's a 4th attempt. I'm terrified that one day Toad won't be there to pull me back. I'm terrified that whatever is out there is getting stronger, more determined. Most of all, I'm terrified because I know now that when it calls to me, part of me wants to answer. I've never told anyone about this, not even my closest friends or family. But it's been 3 months now, and I still can't sleep through the night. I still wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding, convinced I can see those red gleams through my curtains. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. Maybe writing it down will help. Maybe someone out there has seen what I saw. I've lived in Ravenwood for about 2 years now. It's a small hillside community, the kind of place where houses are spaced far apart, driveways are long and winding, and your closest neighbor is just far enough away that you can't see their lights at night. I loved that isolation when I first moved here. The privacy, the quiet, the way the trees surround everything. It felt like my own private retreat from the world. My house sits about halfway up one of the steeper hills. Behind me is more forest that climbs higher, and in front, the hill slopes down toward the main road and eventually the small downtown area. The back of my house faces nothing but trees, trees, and more trees. My bedroom is on the second floor, with a window that looks out into those woods. The branches of the closest trees nearly touch the glass, something I used to find charming. I'd watch squirrels leap from branch to branch in the mornings while drinking my coffee. That all changed 3 months ago. It was a Tuesday night, no, Wednesday morning actually, around 3 a.m. I remember checking my phone when I woke up suddenly. It wasn't a noise that woke me, or a dream. It was that feeling you get when you're being watched, like a pressure in the room. I tried to tell myself I was being stupid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. My mouth was dry, so I decided to get some water, figuring I'd check the house while I was up. I didn't turn on any lights at first. I know my way around well enough, and the moon was bright that night, streaming in through the windows and casting everything in this silvery blue light. The house was dead quiet except for the normal creaks and the hum of the refrigerator. After gulping down some water in the kitchen, I did a quick loop through the downstairs, front door locked, back door locked, windows secured, everything normal. I started to feel silly for being so paranoid. Probably just that half-awake anxiety that sometimes hits in the middle of the night. I headed back upstairs, still without turning on any lights. When I got back to my bedroom, I paused by the window. The curtains were open. I usually leave them that way because I like to wake up with the sun. The moonlight was filtering through the branches outside, creating these weird, shifting patterns on my bedroom floor. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. You know how shadows can look like faces or figures sometimes? But as my vision focused, I realized there was definitely something out there. Something perched on one of the thicker branches of the oak tree closest to my window. It's hard to describe exactly what I saw. It wasn't an animal, at least not any animal I've ever seen. The proportions were all wrong. It was dark, almost black against the night sky, but with a strangely matte quality that absorbed the moonlight rather than reflecting it. Its body seemed impossibly thin and angular, like someone had stretched a human form to breaking point. The limbs. God, the limbs were the worst part. They were so long, so wrong. Multiple joints where there shouldn't be any, bending in directions that made no anatomical sense. It was balanced effortlessly on a branch that should have been too thin to support anything larger than a raccoon, crouched in a position that would break a human spine. And it was looking directly at me. I know it was looking at me because where its eyes should have been, there were 2 faint red gleams. Not bright like flashlights or anything, more like the dull red reflection you might see from an animal's eyes in a photograph, but redder, more deliberate. Those eyes tracked me as I stood frozen by my window. We stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only 15 seconds or so. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even think. It was like my brain shut down, unable to process what I was seeing. Then it moved. It tilted its head to one side, almost like a curious dog. There was something so deliberate about the gesture, so intelligent. That's when the full horror hit me. This thing wasn't just some animal. It was watching me, studying me. And from the comfortable way it was positioned, I got the sickening feeling it had done this before. How many nights had it been out there while I slept, completely unaware? Before I could even process that thought, It moved again. 1 second it was there on the branch, and the next it simply wasn't. The movement was so fast I barely registered it, like a spider darting across a wall. I rushed to the window, pressing my face against the glass to see where it had gone. I caught a glimpse of movement below, at the edge of my yard, where it meets the deeper woods. Something large was moving through the underbrush, parting the tall grass and ferns. It didn't move like anything I've ever seen, not like a person running or an animal on 4 legs. It was more like flowing, weaving between obstacles with impossible agility, sometimes low to the ground and sometimes stretching upward. Within seconds, it had disappeared into the darker shadows of the forest downhill. I stood there shaking for I don't know how long. Eventually, I managed to force myself to close the curtains. I hit every light switch in my bedroom, then went through the entire house, turning on all the lights. I grabbed a kitchen knife and my phone and went back upstairs. I sat on my bed, my back against the headboard, knife in hand, staring at those curtains until the first light of dawn started to seep around their edges. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside sent my heart racing again. I kept thinking I saw shadows moving behind the curtains, kept imagining those red eyes watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. When morning finally came, I felt almost delirious with exhaustion and fear. But the daylight gave me a small boost of courage. I needed to know if there was any evidence of what I'd seen, or if I'd somehow dreamed the whole thing up during some kind of half-asleep state. I waited until the sun was fully up before venturing outside. I took the knife with me, clutching it so hard my knuckles were white. I started by examining the area around the base of the oak tree. The ground was covered in dead leaves and pine needles, making it hard to see if anything had disturbed it. But as I moved toward the edge of my property where I'd seen the thing disappear, I started noticing things. A patch of ferns was bent and broken in an unnatural way. Not like when a deer passes through. This was more like something had deliberately pushed the vegetation aside. Several low branches on the smaller trees were snapped, all at about the same height from the ground. And in one spot, where the ground was softer, I found something that made my blood run cold. It wasn't exactly a footprint. It was more like an impression, as if something with significant weight had pressed down into the earth. But the shape was all wrong. Too long, too narrow, with what looked like only 4 points of contact with the ground instead of 5. It wasn't human, and it wasn't from any animal I could identify. I took photos with my phone, though they didn't capture the eerie wrongness of what I was seeing. In the daylight, with birds singing and the normal sounds of the world resuming, I started to doubt myself again. Maybe I was connecting unrelated things, seeing patterns that weren't there because I wanted evidence so badly. I spent the rest of the day in a daze. I called in sick to work. I couldn't focus on anything. I tried researching online, looking up local wildlife, cryptids, folklore, anything that might explain what I'd seen. The closest I came were some old legends about stick men or night watchers that supposedly lived in the forests of the Pacific Northwest, but nothing matched exactly what I'd encountered. As the day wore on and the sun began to set, my anxiety ramped up again. There was no way I was spending another night in that house alone, not after what I'd seen. I threw some clothes and toiletries in a bag and drove to a motel about 20 miles away on the outskirts of the next town over. I didn't sleep well even there. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those red gleams staring back at me. I kept thinking about how the thing had tilted its head, how it had seemed to recognize me somehow. The next day, I went back to my house, but only during daylight hours. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that it had been a weird animal, or my imagination, or a waking dream, but I couldn't convince myself. Deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real, and worse, I knew it had been watching me. I decided to set up some security cameras. I ordered them online with express shipping and installed them around the perimeter of my house, with special attention to the trees near my bedroom window. I thought having some kind of monitoring system would make me feel safer, give me some control over the situation. It didn't. If anything, it made things worse. Now I was constantly checking the camera feeds on my phone, jumping at every movement, every shadow. And the thought kept nagging at me. If this thing could move as fast as I'd seen it move, would a camera even capture it? Or would it just appear as a blur, if anything at all? I stayed at the motel for 3 more nights before financial reality forced me back home. I couldn't afford to keep paying for a room indefinitely, and I couldn't just abandon my house. So I returned, but with some changes. I moved my bedroom to the guest room on the opposite side of the house, away from the trees. I installed motion sensor lights all around the property. I started keeping the curtains closed at all times. For about a week, nothing happened. The cameras showed nothing unusual, just the occasional deer or raccoon. The motion lights triggered a few times due to wind or small animals. I started to sleep a little better, though never through the entire night. Then, exactly 10 days after the first encounter, it happened again. This time I woke to the sound of one of the motion lights clicking on. It was around 2:30 a.m. My first thought was that it was probably just a deer, but when I checked the camera feed on my phone, there was nothing visible in the yard. The light was on, but whatever had triggered it wasn't showing up on camera. I lay there, gripping my phone, telling myself to stay calm. It's just a technical glitch, I thought. The wind, or a camera blind spot, or a bird that flew by too quickly to be captured. Nothing to worry about. That's when I heard it, a sound I still can't properly describe. It was like a combination of wood creaking under strain and a low, whistling breath, and it was coming from the direction of my old bedroom. Every instinct told me to stay put, to hide under the covers like a child afraid of the boogeyman. But I had to know, I had to see if it was back. I got up as quietly as I could and crept down the hallway toward my old room. The door was closed. I always kept it closed now, but I could see lights from the security system reflecting underneath it, casting an eerie glow on the hallway floor. I hesitated outside the door, my hand hovering over the knob. What if it was in there? What if it had somehow gotten inside the house? But that was impossible. All the windows were locked, the doors secured. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The room was empty. The curtains were still drawn across the window, just as I'd left them. Everything looked normal. I exhaled shakily, feeling both relieved and foolish. Then I noticed the curtains moving slightly, as if stirred by a breeze. But there shouldn't have been a breeze. The window was closed and locked. Wasn't it? I approached slowly, my heart hammering in my chest. With one quick motion, I yanked the curtains open. The window was intact, still locked from the inside. But there, on the glass, illuminated by the motion sensor lights outside, was a handprint. Except it wasn't a handprint like any I'd ever seen. The fingers were too long, too thin, with what looked like an extra joint in each one. And the palm was narrow, almost skeletal. It was on the outside of the glass. I stumbled backward, away from the window. As I did, I caught movement from the corner of my eye, something shifting position in the trees beyond. I looked directly at it this time, refusing to let fear make me look away. There it was, the same impossibly elongated figure I'd seen before, now perched even higher in the tree. This time I could make out more details in the harsh light of the security system. Its skin, if you could call it that, was not actually black, but a dark mottled gray that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. It was hairless, its limbs so thin they looked almost two-dimensional from a distance. Its head was elongated too, with no visible nose or mouth that I could discern. Just those dull red eyes fixed on my window, on my empty bedroom. It had expected to find me there, I realized with a shock. It had come back looking for me in the same place. That's why the handprint was on my old bedroom window, not my new one. It didn't know I'd moved rooms. It knew where I slept. It had been watching me that closely. As this horrifying realization washed over me, the thing in the tree moved, but not away this time, toward me. It extended one impossible limb toward the house, reaching with those elongated fingers toward my window. I ran back to my new bedroom, grabbed my phone and car keys, and kept running. Down the stairs, through the living room, out the front door to my car. I didn't even put on shoes. I just needed to get away. I drove for hours, no destination in mind, just putting distance between myself and that thing. When the sun came up, I was in a parking lot of a 24-hour diner 2 counties over. I went inside, ordered coffee I couldn't taste, and tried to figure out what to do. I couldn't go back to that house, not to live anyway. Whatever that thing was, it was fixated on me for some reason. It knew my patterns, knew where I slept. The thought made me physically ill. Over the next few days, I made arrangements. I went back to the house once during broad daylight with a friend, though I didn't tell him why I was so nervous. I packed essentials, put the rest in storage, and listed the house for sale. I moved in with my sister 3 towns over until I could find a new place. The house sold quickly, faster than I expected in this market. Sometimes I feel guilty about that. The new owners have no idea what watches from the trees at night. But then I try to reassure myself that maybe it was me the thing was interested in, not the house itself. Maybe the new owners will never see it. I hope so. God, I hope so. It's been 3 months now, and I haven't seen it again. But I dream about it almost every night. Those red eyes, that tilted head, that impossible reach. In my dreams, it's not just watching anymore. In my dreams, it gets inside. I live in an apartment building now, 3rd floor, no trees nearby. I keep the blinds closed at all times. I've installed so many locks on my door that my sister jokes I'm preparing for the zombie apocalypse. But sometimes, when I wake up in those small hours between midnight and dawn, I swear I can feel it. That same pressure in the air, that same certainty that I'm being observed. And I wonder, did it follow me here? Is it still watching, learning my new patterns, my new sleeping place? Or worse, did it ever really exist at all? Or is something in my mind cracking, creating monsters where there are none? I don't know which possibility terrifies me more. All I know is that I can't look at trees the same way anymore. And every time I hear a branch scrape against a window or see a strange shadow move in my peripheral vision, my heart stops for a moment, because now I know what's out there in the dark, and I know it knows me too. I've been a hunter for 15 years now, but what happened last Saturday in Blackwater County will haunt me forever. I'm still trying to process it all, and writing this down might help me make sense of it. Every time I close my eyes, I can still hear those howls. It started out as a perfect hunting day. Clear skies, temperature around 40 degrees, just cold enough to keep the deer moving, but not so cold that my fingers would go numb on the trigger. I'd been tracking a nice buck for weeks using my trail cams, 5-pointer, nothing massive, but decent meat for the freezer. I'd set up my stand about 3 miles deep into the backwoods, in an area I'd never hunted before. The locals call it Mossback Swamp. Now I understand why. I parked my truck at the ranger station at the edge of public land around 5:30 a.m. It was a longer hike in than my usual spots, but the satellite images showed a perfect funnel where 2 ridges met, creating a natural pathway for deer movement. I brought my lightweight game cart, thinking ahead for the haul out. That decision probably saved my life. The morning hunt was uneventful. Saw a few does, but I was holding out for that buck. Around 2 p.m. I ate my sandwich and contemplated heading back. That's when I heard the first rustling. I froze, sandwich halfway to my mouth. Through the trees I saw him, my 5-pointer, moving cautiously through the underbrush about 70 yards out. I slowly put down my food, raised my Remington, and steadied my breathing. The shot was clean, right behind the shoulder. He bolted about 30 yards and went down. After field dressing him and loading him onto my cart, I checked my watch. It was already 4:13 p.m. Sunset was at 5:26 this time of year, which gave me just over an hour to navigate back to my truck. Plenty of time with the cart, I thought. What I didn't account for was how quickly the light fades under the thick canopy of those old-growth trees. About a mile into my trek back, I hit a patch of rocks hidden beneath fallen leaves. There was a sickening crack, and the left wheel of my game cart snapped clean off the axle. The cart tipped, dumping my deer onto the forest floor. I tried to jury-rig a repair, but the metal had bent beyond fixing with my basic tools. I checked my phone. No signal, as expected, this deep in the woods. I stared at that buck, doing some quick math in my head. He was probably 140 pounds field-dressed. I'm 6'2", 210 pounds, in decent shape, but not a bodybuilder by any means. The sun was already dipping below the tree line, casting long shadows through the forest. I had maybe 40 minutes of usable light left. I should have left the deer. That would have been the smart move. But 15 years of hunting had conditioned me never to waste a kill. Plus, I'd worked too damn hard tracking this buck for weeks. The thought of coyotes or bears getting to him before I could retrieve him the next day made my decision for me. I hoisted him over my shoulders in a fireman's carry, his legs dangling down my chest and back. The weight was immediately oppressive but manageable. I figured I could make it back to my truck in 2, maybe 3 hours at a reasonable pace. I started walking. The first half hour wasn't too bad. My adrenaline was pumping, and I made decent progress despite the weight. But as daylight faded completely, the temperature dropped fast. My breath fogged in front of my face, and the blood from the field-dressed deer began to freeze against my jacket. I switched on my headlamp, which cast a narrow beam through the darkening forest. That's when I heard the first howl. It was distant, maybe a half-mile away, but unmistakable. A coyote. Nothing unusual in these woods. I kept moving, adjusting the deer's weight across my shoulders. 10 minutes later, another howl answered the first, this time from a different direction. Then another, and another. I've heard coyotes plenty of times before. Usually they're scattered, random vocalizations. This was different. There was a pattern to it, a call and response. They were communicating, coordinating, and they were getting closer. The terrain began to change as I entered the section locals call Mossback Swamp. The solid ground gave way to soggy earth that sucked at my boots with each step. Ancient cypress trees loomed overhead, their moss-draped branches blocking what little moonlight filtered down. My pace slowed dramatically as I had to test each step to avoid sinking into hidden pools of black water. The howling intensified. I counted at least 6 distinct voices now, and they were closing in from multiple directions. My headlamp caught glimpses of movement in the underbrush, quick flashes of eyes reflecting the light, then vanishing. I tried to convince myself it was just deer or raccoons, but I knew better. About 2 hours into my trek, now fully enveloped in darkness, I heard splashing to my left. Something was paralleling my route, moving through the shallow water at the edge of the swamp. Then I heard it on my right, too. The coyotes were flanking me. I've hunted coyotes before. They're typically cautious animals that avoid humans. But the blood from the deer was creating a scent trail impossible for them to ignore. And there was something else bothering me. Coyotes don't usually hunt in large, coordinated packs like wolves. Not unless they're desperate or there's a hybrid pack leader. The thought chilled me more than the night air. The weight of the deer was becoming unbearable. My shoulders and back screamed with each step. The frozen blood had soaked through my jacket and base layers, sticking to my skin. I was shivering uncontrollably now, partly from cold, partly from fear, but I couldn't stop. Stopping meant becoming a stationary target. 3 hours in, I slipped on a moss-covered log and went down hard on one knee. The deer's weight shifted, nearly crushing me into the muck. As I struggled to regain my footing, I heard a sound that turned my blood to ice, the low, rumbling growl of a coyote, no more than 20 yards behind me. I managed to stand, adjusting the deer's carcass with trembling arms. My headlamps swept the darkness and caught a pair of eyes, then another and another. They were on the path behind me, watching, waiting. I started moving again, faster now, despite the treacherous ground. My breath came in ragged gasps that echoed in the silent forest. The howling had stopped. That was worse somehow. Now I could only hear the occasional snap of a twig or splash of paws through water. They were stalking me, conserving energy while I exhausted myself under the weight of the deer. I don't know exactly when I realized I was being herded. It started with subtle pressure. Movement to my left that pushed me right, then to my right, forcing me back left. The coyotes were guiding me deeper into the swamp, away from the main trail that would lead back to my truck. I was so focused on putting one foot in front of the other that I didn't notice until I was surrounded by water on 3 sides. Panic set in. I was disoriented, exhausted, and now potentially trapped. My headlamp batteries were fading, the beam growing weaker by the minute. The weight of the deer had rubbed my shoulders raw, and my legs shook with each step. But giving up wasn't an option. I knew what would happen if I dropped that deer and tried to run. They'd be on me in seconds, tearing at my legs, bringing me down. I forced myself to stop, to think. I needed to figure out which direction led back to the trail. I switched off my headlamp to preserve the battery and let my eyes adjust to the darkness. After a few minutes, I could make out the silhouettes of the cypress trees against the night sky. There was a slight opening to the northeast. That had to be the path. As my eyes adjusted further, I saw them. Shadowy forms moving through the underbrush. At least 8, maybe 10 coyotes circling, closing the distance. Their eyes glowed in what little ambient light filtered through the trees. One of them, larger than the others, stepped onto the path about 30 yards ahead of me. It stared directly at me, unmoving, blocking my escape route. Something about that coyote wasn't right. It was massive, easily twice the size of the others. A coy-wolf hybrid, maybe, or something else entirely. It lowered its head and let out a sound I'll never forget. Not a howl or a bark, but a deep, chuffing growl that seemed to vibrate the air around us. I had no weapons except my hunting knife. My rifle was strapped to the deer's body, unloaded per regulations, while transporting game. I could drop the deer and try to load it. but I'd never get around chambered before they were on me. That's when I saw it, the glint of metal through the trees to my right. A fence line. Where there's a fence, there's private property. Where there's private property, there's a road or a house. Hope surged through me, giving me a final burst of energy. I turned and began moving toward the fence, no longer caring about the noise I made crashing through the underbrush. The coyotes sensed my intention immediately. The howling resumed, urgent now, angry. I heard them moving, converging on me from all sides. The fence was about 50 yards away. It might as well have been 50 miles. Each step was agony under the deer's weight. The mud sucked at my boots, threatening to pull them off my feet. I could hear splashing, growling, getting closer. My headlamp caught flashes of movement converging on me. 30 yards. Something brushed against my leg. A quick, deliberate touch. I kicked out blindly and connected with something solid that yelped in surprise. 20 yards. My foot broke through the surface crust of the swamp, plunging me knee-deep into icy water. I wrenched it free, losing my boot in the process. The cold mud squished between my toes as I pressed on. 10 yards. The largest coyote, the one that had blocked my path earlier, appeared directly in front of me. It stood its ground, challenging me. Behind me, I could hear the others closing in, their breathing audible now. 5 yards. I lowered my head and charged. The big coyote held its position until the last second, then darted aside, snapping at my leg as I passed. I felt a hot streak of pain as its teeth grazed my calf through my pants. And then I was at the fence, a standard chain link about 6 feet high. With strength I didn't know I had left, I heaved the deer's carcass over the top. It caught momentarily on the metal, then fell to the other side with a heavy thud. I grabbed the fence and began to climb, my fingers cramping around the cold metal links. I was halfway up when they hit the fence behind me. The impact shook the entire structure, nearly dislodging my grip. I looked down to see a mass of snarling, snapping coyotes leaping at the barrier, their teeth flashing in the dim light. The big one launched itself at the fence again and again, climbing several feet up before falling back. With one final effort, I pulled myself over the top and fell to the ground beside my deer. I lay there, gasping, unable to move, as the coyotes paced and snarled on the other side of the fence. They moved back and forth, testing different sections, looking for a weakness. The big one stood watching me, its yellow eyes reflecting my fading headlamp. There was an intelligence there that I can't explain, a calculated malice that seemed almost human. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, they began to retreat. One by one, they melted back into the darkness of the swamp until only the large one remained. It held my gaze for a long moment, then turned and disappeared into the night. I don't know how long I lay there on the cold ground. Eventually, I found the strength to stand. My entire body felt broken. My shoulders were rubbed raw from the deer's weight. My left leg was bleeding from the coyote's bite, and I'd lost a boot in the swamp. But I was alive. Beyond the fence was a service road. I hoisted the deer over my shoulders one last time and began walking, stumbling really, following the road. After about a mile, it connected with a county highway. Another 2 miles brought me to my truck, still parked at the ranger station. I collapsed against the tailgate, barely able to lift the deer into the bed. I climbed into the cab, locked the doors, and cranked the heat to full blast. That's where the DNR officer found me an hour later, still shivering, staring wide-eyed into the darkness beyond my windshield. He tapped on my window, startling me so badly I nearly jumped out of my skin. When I told him what had happened, he looked skeptical at first. but something in my face must have convinced him. He examined the coyote bite on my leg and insisted on calling it in. While we waited for the medic, he told me about reports of an unusually large coyote pack in the area that had been bothering farmers for months. He'd never seen them himself, but had heard stories. He started calling me Wild Man when I showed him the 5-pointer I'd somehow managed to bring out. The bite wasn't deep enough to need stitches, but they gave me a tetanus shot and antibiotics just in case. The DNR officer filed a report and promised to look into the aggressive pack. He mentioned something about hybrid coy wolves spreading south into the region, animals with no fear of humans, and pack behaviors more like wolves than traditional coyotes. It's been 5 days now. The physical wounds are healing, but I haven't slept more than a couple hours at a stretch. Every time I close my eyes, I see those yellow eyes watching me through the fence. I hear that deep, chuffing growl that didn't sound like any coyote I've ever encountered. I've been hunting these woods my entire adult life. I thought I understood them, respected them, but what happened out there showed me a side of nature I'd never witnessed before. Something calculating, patient, and coldly intelligent. Something that saw me not as a threat to be avoided, but as prey to be hunted. The strangest part? Despite everything, I've caught myself looking at my calendar, wondering when I might head back out. Not to Mossback Swamp. I'm not crazy. But somewhere. The woods are in my blood. They always have been. But now I know they're in my nightmares too. I've been feeling watched for weeks now. I'm not the type of person who's easily spooked or who jumps at shadows. But what's happening in Millbrook isn't normal, and I can't shake the feeling that I'm caught in the middle of something I don't understand. It started with my ferret Noodle. I got him 3 years ago from the pet store in the next town over. He was always such a sweet little guy, playful, curious, constantly getting into things. Normal ferret stuff. But about 2 months ago, Noodle started changing. It wasn't just behavior. He physically changed. I know how crazy this sounds, but he started getting bigger. Not just a little chunkier from treats or anything I could explain away. He grew, like substantially. By the end, he was almost the size of my neighbor's cat. I even measured him against photos from when I first got him, and the difference was undeniable. He'd practically doubled in size. The vet in town couldn't explain it. She ran tests and said his organs seemed to be enlarging proportionally, but she'd never seen anything like it. She suggested I take him to a specialist in the city, but before I could arrange that, his behavior started changing too. He began standing on his hind legs for long periods, like unnaturally long. Ferrets can rear up for a few seconds to look around, but Noodle would stand upright for minutes at a time, completely still, and he would stare at me. Not the normal curious pet look, but an intense, unblinking stare that made my skin crawl. It was like something else was looking through his eyes. I started avoiding being alone with him, which sounds ridiculous. He was just a ferret. But there was something so wrong about the way he watched me. Sometimes I'd wake up at night and find him standing at the foot of my bed, just staring. I started keeping his cage door locked, something I'd never done before. 3 weeks ago, Noodle died. I found him stiff in his cage one morning. My mom offered to take care of the body while I was at work. I was upset, but also relieved, which made me feel guilty. When I got home, Mom tried to show me something on his body, but I couldn't bear to look. I just wanted him buried and done with. Now I wish I'd listened to her. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. Last weekend, my friend Amber came over, and we decided to take a walk by the river. It was a nice day, sun filtering through the trees, the river running high from spring melt. We followed the path that winds through the woods behind my house, a trail I've walked hundreds of times. We were about a mile in when we spotted a deer at the edge of the clearing. Nothing unusual there. Deer are common around Millbrook. But this one didn't bolt when it saw us. It just stood there, watching. "Look," Amber whispered. "It's not afraid." I should have found that concerning, but instead, I felt a weird impulse to approach it. "Hey there," I called softly. The deer took a step toward us, then another. "Oh my God," Amber giggled. "It's so friendly. Let's take a selfie with it." We actually did. The deer let us get within a few feet of it, close enough that Amber could hold her phone out and capture all three of us in the frame. It's a surreal photo. Me and Amber grinning, with this deer just behind us, its face turned directly to the camera. But what unsettles me most about that picture isn't how close the deer got. It's the eyes. They're wrong somehow, too focused, too aware. Looking at that photo now, I can see the same unnatural intelligence that I'd seen in Noodle's eyes during those final weeks. We left the deer and continued our walk, laughing about our Disney princess moment. But only about 15 minutes later, as we were looping back around toward home, we saw it again. At least, I think it was the same deer. It had the same marking on its flank. But this time, it wasn't standing normally. It was on its hind legs. I froze in my tracks. Amber bumped into me from behind. "What the hell?" she whispered. The deer was upright, its front legs hanging awkwardly at its sides. Its posture was rigid, unnatural. No deer stands like that. It's not physically possible for them to balance that way for more than a second or two. But this one was standing, and as we watched, it began to move. Not walking, not running, but some horrible stiff-legged motion, a sort of lopsided gallop on its hind legs that made my stomach turn. It moved in jerky, uncoordinated steps, like someone learning to use a body they weren't familiar with. "Jessica!" Amber grabbed my arm. "What the fuck is that?" I couldn't answer. I was remembering Noodle, standing upright in his cage, staring at me with those two intelligent eyes. The deer suddenly dropped back to all fours and bounded away into the underbrush, moving like a normal deer again. Amber and I practically ran home. She tried to laugh it off, saying maybe it had been injured or had some neurological problem. But I could tell she was as freaked out as I was. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every rustle outside my window, set my heart racing. Around 3 a.m., I heard a screeching sound from the yard. Not an animal sound, more like metal dragging across metal. I pulled back my curtain just a fraction and peered out. The yard was empty in the moonlight, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching. I felt it at the base of my skull, a crawling sensation, like ants under my skin. The same feeling I'd had when Noodle would stare at me. I tried calling Mom the next day. I wanted to know what she'd seen when she'd examined Noodle's body, what she'd tried to show me, but she didn't pick up. I've left 3 messages since then, but she hasn't called back, which isn't like her. She lives on the other side of town, and I'm planning to drive over today if she doesn't return my calls. The thing is, I've always loved Millbrook. It's quiet, peaceful. Everyone knows everyone. The river that runs through town is so clear you can see straight to the bottom in most places. But now everything feels off, tainted somehow. Yesterday, I was getting my mail when I noticed my neighbor's cat sitting on their porch railing. It was watching me with that same intense stare. As I looked back, it slowly rose up on its hind legs and balanced there, front paws hanging down, head cocked at an impossible angle. I dropped my mail and ran inside. Last night was the worst. I woke up around 2 a.m. with that sensation again, the crawling feeling at the base of my neck. My room was pitch black, but I knew I wasn't alone. I could hear breathing, not my own. This was deeper, rougher, coming from the corner of my room. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just lay there, paralyzed, as the breathing got closer. I felt something brush against the side of my bed, something heavy. The scratch of claws on hardwood. A soft thud as something landed on the foot of my bed. I finally managed to reach for my phone, fumbling in the dark. When I turned on the flashlight, there was nothing there. No indentation on the bed where something had been, no marks on the floor. But my bedroom door was open, even though I distinctly remember closing it before I went to sleep. This morning, I found deer tracks in my yard, leading right up to my bedroom window. Some of them looked normal. Others were spaced strangely, as if the deer had been walking on two legs. I don't know what's happening. I keep thinking about Noodle, about how he changed in those weeks before he died, how something seemed to be looking through his eyes. And now I'm seeing the same thing in other animals around town. The worst part is that I feel like whatever this is, it's getting closer, step by step. First my pet, then a deer in the woods, then at my window. What's next? I've started researching, looking for any similar reports from other places. So far, I've found nothing. But I did find something disturbing in my mom's garden shed yesterday when I went to borrow a rake, a small wooden box buried under some old tarps. Inside was a jar of formaldehyde with what looked like tissue samples. They were labeled in my mom's handwriting. N, tissue sample 3, and N, brain tissue. N for Noodle? Has my mom been studying what happened to him? And if so, why hasn't she told me? Why isn't she returning my calls? The logical part of my brain says there must be a rational explanation. Maybe there's some kind of toxic runoff from the old factory upstream that's affecting the wildlife. Maybe I'm just stressed and sleep-deprived and imagining connections that aren't there. But then I remember the deer standing on its hind legs, moving with that horrible jerky gait. I remember Noodle's unblinking stare. I remember the weight at the foot of my bed last night. Something is using the animals around me. I don't know what it is or what it wants, but it's getting closer, and I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before it finds a way to reach me. I've started keeping a baseball bat by my bed. I've blocked my door with a chair at night, but I can still feel it watching me, that crawling sensation never quite going away. The river that runs through Millbrook has always been the heart of this town, but now I wonder, what if something came up from that river, something that can move from one creature to another? I'm going to my mom's house today. I need answers. I need to know what she found when she examined Noodle. Maybe then I'll understand what's happening. But even as I write this, I can see a squirrel on the branch outside my window. It's been there for 20 minutes, not moving, just watching, standing upright on its hind legs. And its eyes, they look just like Noodle's did, just like the deer's. This isn't over. I think it's just beginning, and I don't know how to stop it. I never wanted to share this. Even typing it now makes my hands shake. But I need to get this out there, see if anyone else has experienced anything similar. Maybe someone can make sense of what happened to me at that hotel in Grayview. I've been on the road for almost 3 weeks now, just driving, staying at random motels, trying to clear my head after everything that happened back home. Nothing fancy, just me, my car, and whatever highway looked good that day. That's how I ended up in Grayview, just another dot on the map, a place to rest my head for the night. The town itself was nothing special. Gas stations, fast food joints, a couple of bars. The kind of place that exists solely because of the highway running through it. I checked into this place called the Wayside Inn around 4 p.m. It wasn't the cheapest option, but the reviews were decent, and honestly, I was too tired to keep driving. The first thing I noticed about this hotel was how off it felt, not in an obvious way. The lobby was normal enough, dated carpet, fake plants, a tired-looking guy at the front desk. But as soon as he gave me my key card and directed me to my room, things started feeling weird. The hallways were partially open to the outside, kind of like those old motor lodges where the walkways faced the parking lot, except these were second-floor hallways with walls on one side and just railings on the other. The February air kept blowing through, making this constant whistling sound, and there were cats everywhere. Not hotel cats, but strays that somehow got up there and were just lounging around like they owned the place. I didn't think much of it at first. I've stayed in stranger places. My room, 217, was basic but clean enough. Queen bed, desk, bathroom with those tiny bottles of shampoo. I showered, tried to relax, but kept thinking about the weird stuff that had been happening to me lately. I should probably mention that I've been seeing things on this trip, things that don't make sense. 2 days ago, I stopped at a rest area in Pennsylvania and saw what looked like a giant ferret, I mean the size of a large dog, just watching me from behind the vending machines. When I approached it, it stood up on its hind legs and walked away like a person. A week before that, I saw a deer standing upright in the middle of the road at night, wearing what looked like a business suit. My headlights caught it, and I swear to God it tipped an invisible hat at me before disappearing into the woods. I know how this sounds. I've convinced myself I'm just tired or stressed or that my eyes are playing tricks on me. That's actually why I decided to stay in Grayview for a night, to get some real rest, maybe clear my head. Around 7 p.m. I went down to the hotel bar. Nothing fancy, just a small pub attached to the main building. I ordered a burger and a couple of beers, hoping the alcohol would help me sleep. There were maybe 5 other people there, a couple in the corner, 2 guys talking about some football game, and an older man reading a newspaper at the bar. Normal stuff. I stayed there until about 11, nursing my drinks, scrolling through my phone, trying not to think about those animal encounters. By the time I decided to head back to my room, I was tipsy but not drunk. The lobby was empty except for a different guy at the front desk, who barely looked up when I walked past. That's when things got bad. Really bad. The hallway to my room seemed darker than before. Several of the overhead lights were either dimmed or completely out. The wind had picked up, making that whistling sound louder, almost like it was forming words just below the threshold of understanding. None of the cats were around anymore. I was about halfway to my room when I saw her, a woman standing in the middle of the hallway, her back to me. She was middle-aged, heavy-set, wearing a floral dress that seemed too thin for the cold night air. Her gray blonde hair was pulled back in a messy bun, and she was just standing there, muttering something. At first I thought she might be drunk or lost, maybe locked out of her room. As I got closer, I could hear what she was saying. "Need a waiter, need a waiter, where's the waiter?" I slowed down, not wanting to startle her. "Excuse me, ma'am, are you okay?" I called out, still about 15 feet away from her. She didn't respond, just kept mumbling about needing a waiter. I took a few steps closer. thinking maybe she was having some kind of medical issue, diabetic maybe, or having a stroke. I was reaching for my phone to call the front desk when she, God, I still see it when I close my eyes. Her head turned around, not her body, just her head. It rotated a full 180 degrees with this wet, cracking sound like celery being snapped in half. Her body stayed facing away from me, but her face was now looking directly at me, twisted completely backward on her neck. Her eyes were milky white. Her mouth hung open in this perfect circle, like someone had carved it that way. And the sound she made, this faint rasping moan that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than her throat. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even scream. I just stood there, keys in hand, as she began to move toward me. But she didn't walk. That's the thing that keeps me up at night. She didn't walk. It was like something was dragging her. Her feet made these scuffing sounds against the carpet, leaving dark marks as she moved. Her arms hung limply at her sides, but her head remained fixed on me, that circular mouth never closing, those white eyes never blinking. When she was about 10 feet away, I finally broke from my paralysis. I backed up slowly at first, then turned and ran. I glanced back once to see her being pulled around the corner, those eyes still locked on me until the wall obscured her from view. I sprinted to my room, fumbling with the key card so badly I dropped it twice before managing to get the door open. Once inside, I slammed it shut, locked the deadbolt, and shoved the desk chair under the handle. I was hyperventilating, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break through my ribs. For what felt like hours, I just sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the door, phone in hand, trying to decide who to call. The police? And tell them what? That I saw a woman whose head was on backward. They'd think I was drunk or high or crazy. Around midnight, the scratching started. Slow, deliberate sounds against my door, not like someone knocking to be let in, but like fingernails dragging across the wood. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Then a pause. Then that same rasping moan I'd heard in the hallway. Need a waiter? Need a waiter? The voice was right outside my door now, muffled but unmistakable. I held my breath, pressing myself against the headboard, as far from the door as possible. The scratching continued for almost an hour. Sometimes it would stop for a few minutes, making me think whatever was out there had left, only to start again more intensely. At one point, the door handle jiggled, testing the lock, and I had to stuff my fist in my mouth to keep from screaming. Around 2 a.m., the noises finally stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. At least when I could hear it, I knew where it was. Now, it could be anywhere. Waiting, watching. I didn't sleep. How could I? I sat there all night, jumping at every creak of the building, every gust of wind, every distant sound that might have been a voice. I kept the lights on and the TV playing quietly, needing some reminder that the normal world still existed. As dawn broke, exhaustion had settled into my bones, leaving me jittery and hollow-eyed. I packed my bags without showering or changing clothes. I just needed to get out. The hallway looked different in the daylight, ordinary almost. But even in the morning sun it seemed darker than it should be, like the light couldn't quite penetrate it fully. And there was a smell, faint but unmistakable, like meat left too long in the fridge. I practically ran to the lobby, dragging my suitcase behind me. The morning clerk was a young woman who smiled brightly as I approached. "Checking out already? Your reservation was for 2 nights," she said, typing something into the computer. "Change of plans," I managed to say, pushing my credit card across the counter. "Family emergency." She nodded sympathetically. "I hope everything's okay." Did you enjoy your stay otherwise? I almost laughed. It was memorable. That's good to hear. We pride ourselves on giving guests a unique experience, she said, handing me my receipt. Will you be returning to Greyview soon? No, I said firmly. I don't think so. As I walked to my car, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, near the edge of the parking lot, were 3 of those stray cats I'd seen the day before. They were sitting in a perfect line, all facing me, perfectly still, and behind them, just visible at the tree line, was what looked like a deer standing on its hind legs. I drove out of there so fast I nearly hit a truck pulling into the lot. I didn't stop driving until I was 3 states away, and I haven't stayed in another hotel since. I've been sleeping in my car at well-lit rest stops, keeping the engine running and the doors locked. But here's the thing that really terrifies me. These encounters, the ferret, the deer, the woman with the backwards head, they're not random. They're connected somehow, each one more disturbing than the last, each one closer to me, like they're building up to something. I've marked July 23rd on my calendar. I don't know why that date exactly, but something in my gut tells me that's when whatever this is will come to a head. That gives me 5 months to figure out what's happening and how to stop it. I keep going over the details in my mind, looking for patterns, for anything I might have missed. The twisted woman's words, "need a waiter," seemed so specific. The way those cats were lined up in the parking lot, the business-suited deer, the impossible ferret. What connects them? Sometimes I wonder if I'm losing my mind, if this is all some kind of breakdown. But then I remember the sound of that woman's neck rotating, and I know it was real. Too real. I haven't told anyone about this until now. Who would believe me? But I need to know if anyone else has seen these things, if anyone else has been to Greyview and experienced something similar, or if anyone knows what July 23rd might signify, because I can't shake the feeling that I'm being hunted, that these entities, whatever they are circling closer. And that woman in the hotel hallway was just a messenger, a harbinger of something much worse to come. For context, I've lived in Oakwood Heights for about 3 years now. It's your typical suburban neighborhood. Nice enough houses with 2 perfect lawns, families with 2.5 kids, that whole vibe. I work late shifts at the hospital. I'm a nurse, which means I'm usually getting home around 1 a.m. My dog Ren is this super chill golden retriever who's basically unfazed by everything. He's been my walking buddy since I moved here. Our routine was always the same. I'd get home from work, drop my stuff, and take Ren for a half-hour walk to decompress. Most people thought I was crazy walking that late, but it was peaceful. I liked the quiet, the empty streets. It helped clear my head after dealing with patients all day. That night started like any other. It had rained earlier, making everything damp and giving the neighborhood this weird glossy look under the yard lights. You know how rain makes everything smell different? Like the earth just opened up and released all these hidden scents. The air had that clean, wet concrete smell mixed with the neighbor's late-blooming flowers. I remember checking my phone as we left, 1:23 a.m. I'd had a particularly rough shift, lost a patient we'd been treating for weeks. He was only 43. Those are the ones that stick with you, that make you need fresh air. Ren was doing his usual thing, sniffing every bush, marking his territory, occasionally looking back to make sure I was still there. Our neighborhood doesn't have sidewalks, just these narrow streets with drainage ditches on either side, so we always walk in the road. Most houses had their porch lights on, and some had those motion sensor floodlights that would catch us as we passed. The rest of the way was lit by those orange-yellow street lamps that make everything look like a faded photograph. We'd been walking maybe 15 minutes, heading down Maple Street, the long road that cuts through the whole neighborhood. I was zoning out, just letting my mind wander. That's when I first noticed someone in the distance, maybe a quarter mile away, walking toward us. I didn't think much of it at first. I mean, it was unusual to see anyone else out that late, but not impossible. Maybe someone coming home from a late shift like me, or walking their dog. But as we got closer, something felt off. The figure was tall, probably 6'2" or 6'3", and wearing dark clothes. I couldn't tell if it was a jacket or what, just that they were dressed in black or navy blue. What caught my attention were these glasses they wore. They caught the yard lights in this weird way, like perfect mirrors reflecting back at me. To be clear, I've passed strangers at night before. It's awkward, but normal. You nod, maybe say a quick evening, and keep moving. But this was different. There was something about the way this person moved, too fluid, too deliberate. We were about to pass each other in this particularly dark stretch between street lamps. The closest house had its porch light off, so there was maybe a 30-foot section of almost complete darkness. That's when Ren changed. My dog, who literally once fell asleep while a vacuum cleaner ran next to him, suddenly went rigid. His hackles raised, and he started this low growl I'd never heard from him before. It wasn't his squirrel in the yard bark or his someone's at the door woof. This was primal, deep in his chest, pure animal fear. I tugged his leash, tried to quiet him with a shh, it's okay. But then he lunged forward, barking frantically. I had to use both hands to hold him back. Ren's a big dog, about 85 pounds, and he was pulling so hard the leash was cutting into my hands. That's when I looked up at the stranger, who was now maybe 10 feet away. And the person, I still don't know if it was a man or woman, began walking backward. Not turning around and walking away, walking backward, perfectly matching my pace, maintaining the exact same distance between us. Their feet moved in perfect reverse steps, like someone had hit rewind on a video, but only for them. But their head stayed fixed, facing me, those reflective glasses catching every bit of distant light, making it impossible to see their eyes. No expression, no words, just this silent, backward movement while staring directly at me. I can't explain the wrongness of it. It was like watching someone defy gravity or walk through a wall. Your brain knows it can't happen, but your eyes are telling you it is. I froze for a second, and so did they, perfectly still. Ren was going absolutely ballistic now, barking and jumping and trying to get at this person. The leash was cutting into my palms as I held him back. I could feel blood where it had rubbed my skin raw. "What do you want?" I finally managed to say, but my voice came out small and shaky. The figure didn't respond, didn't move, just stood there, glasses reflecting the distant streetlight behind me. I spotted an intersection about 50 yards ahead that had better lighting. Without really thinking, I started moving toward it, pulling Ren, who was now digging his heels in, like he didn't want to get any closer to this person. But I needed to get to the light. I needed other houses, windows where people might look out if they heard the commotion. The stranger kept pace with me the whole time, still walking backward, still maintaining that exact distance, step for step, like we were tethered together by some invisible rope. As I approached the intersection, I broke into a jog, dragging Ren, who was now torn between wanting to attack and wanting to run. The moment we hit the pool of light from the street lamp, I looked back at the figure. They were gone, completely gone. There was nowhere they could have hidden, no side streets, no bushes tall enough, Nothing. Just empty, wet pavement glistening under the streetlights. The walk home was the longest of my life. Every sound made me jump, branches scraping against each other in the breeze, a car passing on the main road a block over, someone's AC unit clicking on. Ren stayed right against my leg, no more pulling ahead or stopping to sniff. His ears were flattened against his head, and he kept looking back over his shoulder. I ran the last 100 yards to my house, fumbling with my keys at the door. My hands were shaking so bad I dropped them twice before I managed to get inside. I slammed the door shut, locked the deadbolt, and then dragged a chair over to wedge under the doorknob like they do in movies. I pulled all the blinds closed, checked that every window was locked. Ren wouldn't settle. He kept pacing from window to window, occasionally letting out those deep, warning growls. I thought about calling someone, my brother who lives across town, or maybe even the police. But what would I say? A tall person with reflective glasses walked backward while staring at me. They'd think I was drunk or crazy. I sat on my couch with all the lights on until sunrise, jumping at every creak of the house settling. I swear I heard footsteps on my front porch at one point, slow and measured, but when I peeked through the blinds, there was nothing there. Ren heard it too, though. He stood at the door, teeth bared, that same terrifying growl rumbling from his chest. When morning finally came, I felt this wave of relief wash over me. Daylight made everything seem more normal, like maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, or at least exaggerated it in my mind. But then I looked down at Ren's leash, still on the floor where I'd dropped it. There were deep teeth marks in the leather handle, places where Ren had clamped down so hard he'd nearly bitten through it, and my hands had these raw red lines across the palms where the leash had cut into them. I called in sick that day. Couldn't face the thought of coming home after dark again. I spent the whole day trying to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was just some weirdo trying to freak me out. Maybe they ducked behind a parked car and I didn't notice. Maybe they were on drugs, and that explained the strange movement. But none of that explains how Ren reacted. In 3 years, I've never seen him like that. Never. And dogs sense things we don't. I haven't seen the figure again, though I've changed my walking route and time. Now we go out right after dinner, when there are still people around. But every time I walk down a poorly lit street, I catch myself looking for that tall silhouette. Every pair of glasses I see makes my stomach clench. The worst part is, I keep feeling like I'm being watched, like I'll turn around and they'll be there, walking backward, keeping pace with me. Sometimes at night I hear what sounds like footsteps outside my bedroom window, but when I look, there's nothing. I don't know what I encountered that night. I don't know if it was human. All I know is that something was very, very wrong about that person, and even thinking about those reflective glasses makes my heart race and my mouth go dry. I haven't told anyone else about this. Who would believe me? But I know what I saw, and I know that Ren saw it too. And sometimes, when I'm about to fall asleep, I swear I hear those measured footsteps again, walking backward, always maintaining the same distance. I don't know if writing this down will help, but I can't sleep tonight, and maybe getting it out will do something. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened that summer at my grandparents' place in Azul, Texas when I was 13. That was 6 years ago, but I swear sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear my name being called. My mom and stepdad had taken me to stay with my grandparents for 2 weeks in July. Their property was this old farmhouse with about 3 acres of land that backed up to a dense woodland area. My grandparents had lived there for like 30 years, and I'd been visiting every summer since I was a little kid. I always loved it there. The house was this creaky old place with weird smells and interesting stuff my grandpa had collected over the years. I was at that age where I just wanted to be alone a lot. My stepdad, Troy, was okay, but we weren't super close yet, and my mom was always trying to force us to bond. So I'd escape to the woods to get away from all the awkward family time. I knew those woods really well. There was this creek that ran through it about a quarter-mile in, and I had my own little spot where I'd sit on this fallen log and just think or whatever. The day it happened started out totally normal. It was crazy hot, like 95 degrees, and the air conditioner in my grandparents' house was ancient and barely worked. After lunch, everyone was sitting around in the living room watching some game show, and I was bored out of my mind. I told my mom I was going outside, and she just waved me off with the usual "be back before dinner" warning. The second I stepped outside, something felt different. I remember standing on the back porch for a minute, looking at the tree line maybe 50 yards away. The air felt heavier somehow, like right before a big storm, but the sky was completely clear. There weren't any birds singing, which was weird because usually the place was noisy with them. Even the cicadas seemed quieter. I remember shrugging it off, thinking maybe it was just going to rain later or something. I headed toward the woods, following the path I always took. It was this narrow dirt trail worn down by years of my grandpa walking out to check his property line. The tall grass on either side of the path was completely still, no breeze at all. As soon as I got among the trees, the temperature dropped like 10 degrees. Normally, I'd welcome the shade and coolness, but something about it felt wrong, like the woods were swallowing the light. I kept going, though, heading for my usual spot by the creek. I was maybe 5 minutes into my walk when I heard it. My name. Clear as day. Marcus. It sounded like my mom's voice, but off somehow. Like when you hear someone talking underwater. It came from somewhere deeper in the woods, away from the path. "Mom?" I called back. No answer. I figured maybe she'd followed me to tell me something and was trying to mess with me. I waited, but she didn't say anything else, or come out from behind a tree laughing or whatever. After a minute, I started walking again, but slower. "Marcus." There it was again, but this time it sounded further away. "Mom, this isn't funny," I shouted, but my voice sounded small against the thick silence of the woods. That's when the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I don't know how to explain it, but I suddenly knew I wasn't alone, and it definitely wasn't my mom. It was like this primal feeling in my gut that something was watching me. I turned around slowly, scanning the trees, and that's when I saw it. Behind a massive oak tree, about 20 yards away, partially hidden but clearly visible, was something. I've tried for years to find the right words to describe what I saw, but nothing really fits. It was tall, way taller than any person I've ever seen. Maybe 7 feet? 8? Its skin was this sickly gray color like a dead fish, and it looked wrong, like it didn't fit properly. In some places it seemed stretched too tight, and in others it hung in loose folds. Its face is what haunts me the most. The eyes were set too far back in the skull, and its mouth, God, its mouth was full of teeth that looked like broken glass, jagged and catching what little sunlight filtered through the trees. I couldn't move. It's like my brain shut down completely. We just stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it shifted slightly, moving one leg forward, testing whether I would run. That tiny movement broke whatever spell had frozen me in place. I turned and ran faster than I've ever run in my life. The path seemed different somehow, longer, twisted in ways I didn't remember. Trees that I could have sworn weren't there before seemed to crowd in from the sides. I could hear my own breathing, harsh and ragged, and the pounding of my heart was so loud I was sure that thing could hear it too. I didn't look back. Some part of me knew that if I turned around and saw it following me, I'd never make it out of those woods. The whole time I was running, I kept expecting to feel a hand grab my shoulder or those teeth sink into my neck. When I finally burst out of the tree line into my grandparents' yard, I nearly collapsed from relief. The house looked so normal, so safe, with its peeling white paint and sagging porch. Through the kitchen window I could see my mom and Troy talking to my grandma. They were laughing about something, completely unaware of what had just happened. I didn't tell them. How could I? Hey, I just saw a monster in the woods. Sounds crazy, especially coming from a 13-year-old kid. They'd think I was making it up or playing some stupid game. So I went inside, said I wasn't feeling great, and went to my room. I laid on the bed staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it all. That night was the worst. Every shadow in my room seemed to move. Every creak of the old house made me jump. I kept my desk lamp on all night, too scared to sleep in the dark. When I finally did drift off near dawn, I had these terrible dreams where that thing was standing in the corner of my room, just watching me, getting closer every time I blinked. The next day I refused to go outside. I told my mom I had a headache and wanted to stay in. She felt my forehead, said I didn't have a fever, but let me stay inside anyway. I spent the day sitting by the window, staring at the woods. A couple of times, I swear I saw movement at the edge of the trees, but it was probably just my imagination at that point. That night at dinner, my grandpa asked me why I wasn't going out exploring like I usually did. Before I could answer, my grandma shot him this look, and he changed the subject. That stuck with me. It was such a weird moment. After dinner, when everyone else was watching TV, I found my grandpa alone on the back porch smoking his pipe. I don't know what made me ask, but I said, "Grandpa, have you ever seen anything strange in those woods?" He didn't answer right away. He just puffed on his pipe and stared out at the darkening tree line. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, like he didn't want anyone inside to hear. "Those woods have been there a lot longer than we have, Marcus," he said. "Some places have memories. Best not to wander too far in there." "What kind of memories?" I asked. He shook his head. "Just stay on the paths if you go back in at all, and don't go in near sunset." He wouldn't say anything more about it, but that conversation confirmed everything for me. Whatever I'd seen was real, and my grandpa knew something about it. 3 days passed, and I didn't go near those woods. I stayed in the yard where I could see the house at all times. My mom started getting annoyed, asking why I wasn't enjoying the outdoors like I usually did. Troy tried to get me to go fishing with him in the creek, but there was no way I was going back in there. The fourth night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of scratching. At first, I thought it was coming from the window, but then I realized it was from the wall that faced the woods. Slow, deliberate scratches like fingernails dragging across the wooden siding of the house. I pulled my blanket up to my chin and lay perfectly still, barely breathing. Then I heard it again. "Marcus." It wasn't coming from outside this time. It sounded like it was coming from the closet in my room. That same distorted version of my mom's voice, but this time with this weird clicking sound underneath it. I wanted to scream, to call for my mom or grandpa, but I couldn't make a sound. The door to my room was closed, and the closet was right next to it. To get out, I'd have to pass by the closet. I don't know how long I lay there, but eventually the scratching stopped. The sun came up, and nothing had come out of the closet. When I finally got up the courage to check, there was nothing there but my grandpa's old winter coats and some boxes. That morning, I broke down at breakfast. I didn't tell them everything, just that I'd seen something scary in the woods, and now I was hearing noises at night. My mom thought I was having nightmares because of some movie I must have watched. Troy actually seemed concerned and offered to go check out the woods with me. No! I said it so forcefully that everyone at the table jumped. I mean, no, it's okay. I'm just being stupid. My grandparents exchanged this look that I still think about. Not like they thought I was making it up, but like they were worried about something. That day, I noticed my grandparents' dog, this old black lab named Buddy, wouldn't go near the edge of the yard closest to the woods. He'd always loved running around out there, but now he just sat on the porch, watching the tree line with his ears perked up. At one point, I saw him start growling at nothing I could see, the hair on his back standing straight up. That night, I insisted on sleeping in the living room on the couch. I told my mom I was too hot in my room, but really, I just wanted to be closer to everyone else. Around midnight, when everyone was asleep, I heard footsteps on the back porch. Slow, heavy steps that didn't sound like any of my family members. Buddy, who was sleeping on his bed in the corner, raised his head but didn't bark. He just stared at the back door with these terrified eyes. The footsteps moved from one end of the porch to the other, then stopped right outside the door. The doorknob turned slightly, just enough for me to see it move, then stopped. I was frozen, watching that doorknob, when suddenly there was this awful smell, like rotting meat and something metallic. It seeped in around the edges of the door. I covered my mouth to keep from gagging. After what felt like hours, the footsteps moved away, and the smell faded. The next morning, I checked the porch. There were these weird marks in the wood, like something heavy had been dragging itself back and forth. When I showed my grandpa, he just said it was probably raccoons and nailed a piece of wood over the worst of the scratches. We were supposed to stay for 3 more days, but I couldn't take it anymore. I faked being really sick, easy enough since I hadn't been sleeping and probably looked terrible. My mom decided we should head home early. As we were packing up the car, I kept glancing at the woods, half expecting to see that thing watching us leave. My grandpa pulled me aside before we left and pressed something into my hand. It was this small stone with a hole naturally worn through the middle, attached to a leather cord. "Keep this with you, especially at night," he said quietly. "Some things can't cross certain boundaries unless they're invited." "What things, Grandpa?" I asked, but he just hugged me and said to be a good boy for my mom. The drive home was the first time I felt like I could breathe in days. But that night, safe in my own bed in our apartment 200 miles away from Azul, I woke up hearing my name again, that same distorted voice right outside my bedroom window, which was impossible because we lived on the 3rd floor. Marcus. I kept that stone my grandpa gave me under my pillow every night after that. Eventually, the voice stopped. The nightmares became less frequent. By the time I started high school, I'd almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Almost. Last year, my grandpa died. Heart attack. At the funeral, my grandma pulled me aside and asked if I still had the stone he gave me. When I told her yes, she seemed relieved and said I should never lose it. After everyone had left, I walked through my grandparents' house one last time. My mom was helping my grandma sort through some papers in the kitchen. I found myself drawn to my grandpa's study, a room I'd never spent much time in as a kid. There was this old bookshelf against one wall. On the bottom shelf, behind some photo albums, I found this weird leather-bound journal. It was my grandpa's handwriting, but it looked older, the pages yellowed. I flipped through it, and my blood went cold. He'd drawn it, the thing from the woods. The proportions were exact. The two long limbs, the sunken eyes, the jagged teeth. Underneath he'd written, "It knows names. It mimics voices. Don't answer if it calls you." There were dates going back decades, sightings, encounters. Not just my grandpa, but other people in Azul too. The last entry was from the summer I'd stayed there. It just said, "It's taken an interest in Marcus. God help him." I took the journal. My grandma saw me with it as I was leaving and just nodded, like she knew I needed to have it. I haven't been back to Azul since the funeral. I don't think I ever will. But sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I still hear my name being called in that wrong version of my mom's voice. And last week, I woke up to find scratches on my bedroom wall. From the inside, I still have the stone. I still sleep with it under my pillow. And I still find myself looking over my shoulder every time I walk past a wooded area, no matter where I am. Because deep down, I know that whatever that thing was, it isn't confined to my grandparents' property, and I think it's still looking for me. I don't know if anyone will believe me. I've barely told this to anyone because whenever I try, I sound like I'm making it up. But I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating at me for years now. I grew up in this small town in Utah called Pine Hollow. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone and nothing ever really happens. Our house was at the very edge of town, the second to last house on Timber Lane. The only other house past us belonged to my best friend Connor and his family. After that, the road curved into this abandoned cul-de-sac that nobody ever used. The developers had planned to build more houses there, but ran out of money or something, so it was just this weird dirt circle with weeds growing through the cracks in the pavement. Connor and I basically grew up together. Our parents were friends, and with no other kids living nearby, we naturally became inseparable. We were both 17 when this happened. It was summer break, and we spent most of our time hanging out in his basement. His parents had kind of let us take it over. We had this ancient couch we'd found at a yard sale, a small TV that only got like 6 channels clearly, and a mini fridge we'd stocked with sodas and snacks. It wasn't much, but it was our space. The basement had these narrow window wells that were at ground level outside. They let in a bit of light during the day, but at night they were just these black rectangles on the wall. Connor's house backed up to this stretch of scrubby wilderness, not quite forest, not quite desert, just this no-man's land of brush and stunted trees that eventually led to the foothills. We never really went out there at night because there wasn't anything to see, and our parents had always warned us about coyotes and mountain lions. I think it was early June when we first started hearing the noises. We were up late watching some terrible horror movie on his small TV. The volume was low so we wouldn't wake his parents. During a quiet scene, we both heard this weird scraping sound coming from outside one of the window wells. At first, I thought it was just the wind blowing some branches against the glass. But then it changed. It became this shuffling noise, like something dragging itself across the dirt. And then, this is the part that made the hair on my neck stand up, we heard this wet, gargling cough. "What the hell was that?" I whispered. Connor just shrugged, trying to act like it didn't bother him. Probably a raccoon or something. We turned the volume up a bit and tried to ignore it. But over the next week, we kept hearing similar sounds. Sometimes it was just the shuffling. Other times it was that horrible cough, like something was trying to clear fluid from its lungs. One night it was so loud and persistent that Connor grabbed his dad's heavy mag light and we went outside to check. The night air was cool and still. There weren't many street lights on our street, and the one at the end of the cul-de-sac had been broken for months. We swept the flashlight beam across the window wells and the ground around the house, but didn't see anything. No animals, no tracks, nothing. But I couldn't shake this feeling of being watched, like something was just beyond the reach of our light, observing us. "See? Nothing there," Connor said, but I could tell by his voice that he was just as freaked out as I was. The next morning, we checked the area in daylight. What struck me as odd was that there were no tracks or signs that any animal had been there. The dirt around the window wells was completely undisturbed. It didn't make sense. Around this time, Connor dropped some news that hit me hard. His dad had gotten a job offer in Colorado, and they were moving at the end of July. I was devastated. We had less than 2 months left to hang out before he'd be gone. It made the strange noises seem less important for a while, as we tried to make the most of our remaining time together. But as the weeks passed, things got weirder. The noises became more frequent and seemed more deliberate, like whatever was making them wanted us to hear. And there was something else too, a smell that would sometimes seep through the window when we heard the sounds. It was a sickly, sweet odor mixed with something rotten, like decaying meat left in the sun. One evening in early July, about 3 weeks before Connor's family was set to move, I was at my house grabbing some CDs I wanted to take over. It was getting dark as I walked to my truck, and I noticed something that made me stop in my tracks. The broken streetlight at the end of the cul-de-sac. I could have sworn the darkness around it looked different, thicker somehow, like the blackness was a physical thing that was slowly creeping toward our houses. I know how that sounds, but that's exactly what it felt like the darkness itself had weight and purpose. I mentioned it to Connor that night, but he just laughed it off. "Dude, you're watching too many horror movies. Darkness can't move." But over the next few days, I kept noticing it. The pocket of blackness around that broken light seemed to grow larger each night, eating up more and more of the visible cul-de-sac, and the noises outside the basement window became louder, more insistent. About 5 days before Connor's family was supposed to leave, we decided to do something we'd never done before: drive through the cul-de-sac at night. I can't explain why we thought this was a good idea. Maybe it was a way of facing our fears, or maybe we just wanted one last adventure before he left. Whatever the reason, around midnight, we took my truck and headed toward the end of the street. As we approached, I slowed down and switched to high beams. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the cracked pavement and weeds. We circled slowly around the cul-de-sac, seeing nothing unusual. I was just about to complete the loop and head back when Connor suddenly grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. "Stop! What is that?" At first, I didn't see anything. Then movement caught my eye at the edge of the headlight beam, where the pavement met the scrubby wilderness. Something was there, partially hidden in the brush. Something pale. I don't know why I did it, but I turned the truck slightly to point the headlights directly at whatever it was. In that moment, I would have given anything to have just driven away instead. What we saw still haunts my nightmares. It was roughly human-shaped, but wrong in every possible way. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and impossibly thin, like someone had stretched a normal person to the breaking point. Its limbs were too long, with extra joints that bent in directions that joints shouldn't bend. Its skin was this sickly pale color, like it had never seen sunlight, and it looked tight. like it had been shrink-wrapped onto the body, with no wrinkles or looseness. Every bone, every tendon was visible beneath that thin membrane of skin. But the face, God, the face. As our headlights hit it, its head swiveled toward us with this jerky, unnatural motion. Its mouth was stretched into this horrible grin that went almost ear to ear, like a snake unhinging its jaw to swallow something too large. The teeth inside were small and pointed, too many of them crammed into that gaping maw. And its eyes, they were pure black, but reflective somehow, like pools of oil that swallowed our headlights without reflecting anything back. For maybe 3 seconds, we just stared at each other, us frozen in horror inside my truck and that thing, standing motionless at the edge of the light. Then it moved. I can't properly describe how it moved. It was like watching someone fast forward through footage of a contortionist. Its body bent and twisted in ways that defied physics, joints bending backward, limbs folding in on themselves. In the space of a heartbeat, it had gone from standing upright to being on all fours, but not like a dog or cat, more like a spider with its limbs bent at sharp angles. And then it was gone, scuttling into the brush faster than anything should be able to move. I don't remember driving away. The next thing I clearly remember is being back in Connor's basement, both of us shaking, the door locked behind us. We tried to rationalize what we'd seen, a deer with some kind of disease, a large coyote caught in a weird position, tricks of light and shadow. But we both knew. We had seen something that shouldn't exist. "We can't tell anyone," Connor said after we'd calmed down a bit. "They'll think we're crazy or on drugs or something." I agreed. Who would believe us? We made a pact to keep it between ourselves. The next few days were torture. Every noise made me jump. I kept thinking I saw pale, elongated limbs at the corner of my vision. Sleep was almost impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that grotesque smile, those oil-slick eyes. Connor and I stuck together as much as possible, neither of us wanting to be alone. The night before Connor's family was set to leave, we had one last hangout in his basement. All their stuff was packed up. The house was mostly empty, except for some furniture they were leaving behind. We didn't talk about what we'd seen. It felt like, if we didn't mention it, maybe it would fade away like a bad dream. Around 10 p.m., Connor's parents called down that it was getting late, and they had an early start tomorrow. I needed to head home. As I was leaving, Connor hugged me, something we didn't usually do. "Be careful," he whispered. "Maybe you should stay with your grandparents until school starts." His grandparents lived closer to the center of town. I nodded, but we both knew I wouldn't. My parents wouldn't understand why I suddenly wanted to stay with my grandparents, and I couldn't explain the real reason. Walking to my truck, I felt exposed. The darkness at the end of the cul-de-sac seemed thicker than ever, like it was watching me. I drove home, parked, and ran inside, locking the door behind me. That night, I heard the scraping sounds outside my own window, the shuffling, dragging noise of something moving around the perimeter of our house, the wet, gargling cough. It went on for hours. I lay in bed, rigid with fear, my baseball bat clutched in my hands until dawn finally broke. The day Connor left, I went over to say a final goodbye. In the daylight, everything seemed normal. The cul-de-sac was just a cracked circle of pavement baking in the summer sun. But we both knew better. As his family's loaded SUV pulled away, I felt utterly alone. That night was the worst. The sounds around my house were constant, shuffling, scraping, coughing. At one point I heard a tapping at my bedroom window, a gentle, almost polite rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. I didn't look. I couldn't. I pulled my blanket over my head like a little kid and prayed for morning. I didn't sleep at all. When the sun finally rose, I went outside to check for evidence. Just like before, there was nothing, no footprints, no signs that anything had been there. But I knew. I knew it had been out there, circling the house, looking for a way in. That day, I finally broke down and told my parents I wanted to stay with my grandparents for a while. I made up some story about wanting to help them with yard work before school started. They looked at me strangely, but agreed. I stayed with my grandparents for the rest of the summer, in town, surrounded by other houses and street lights that actually worked. I felt safer, but not safe, never completely safe, because sometimes even there I would catch a whiff of that sickly sweet rotting smell or glimpse something pale moving just at the edge of my vision. Connor and I stayed in touch via phone and email, but we rarely mentioned that night. When we did, it was in this coded way, like we were afraid that talking about it directly might somehow summon that thing. He seemed to be doing better in Colorado, putting distance between himself and what had happened. But I still live in Pine Hollow. My parents still live in that same house at the edge of town. I moved out as soon as I graduated high school, got an apartment downtown. I visit them regularly, but only during daylight hours. I always make sure to leave well before sunset. I've made up excuses about night classes or work schedules to explain why I never stay overnight. They've mentioned that sometimes they hear strange noises around the house at night. Scratching sounds, they say. Probably raccoons or the wind in the trees. They've noticed that animals seem to avoid our yard and the cul-de-sac. No birds nest there, no squirrels or rabbits in the garden. I nod and change the subject. It's been 5 years now since that night. I still have nightmares about that twisted, grinning face. I still wake up sometimes thinking I can hear that wet, gargling cough outside my window. I still can't stand being alone in the dark. I don't know what we saw that night. I don't know if it was some kind of malformed human, some undiscovered animal, or something else, something that shouldn't exist in our world. All I know is that it was real, and it's still out there, lurking at the edges of civilization, in that pocket of darkness where the streetlight doesn't reach. Sometimes I drive past my parents' house at dusk, and I look toward the cul-de-sac. The darkness there always seems deeper than it should be, and sometimes, just for a split second, I think I can see something pale moving within it, something with too many joints and a mouth stretched too wide. I never stop. I never slow down. I just drive away as fast as I can, heart pounding, the memory of those oil-black eyes burned into my mind. Because I know what waits in the darkness at the end of the street, and I know it remembers me too. I still don't sleep well. It's been 3 months since that day at Little Triscuit, and I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Even now, sitting in my apartment in Minneapolis, far from Lake of the Woods, I sometimes catch myself staring at the tree line in the park across the street, convinced I'll see it again. I've been a guide at Camp North Star for 4 summers now. Nothing serious had ever happened before. Maybe a sprained ankle or homesick kid, but that's normal stuff. This was different. I've tried talking to my roommate about it, but he just thinks I'm being dramatic. Maybe writing it down will help. It started on a Wednesday in late July. The weather had been perfect all week, and my co-guide Alicia and I were taking 7 kids, all around 13, 14 years old, to Little Triscuit, a remote camping spot on Lake of the Woods. It's not on any of the official maps because it's meant to be our camp's secret location. The camp director discovered it years ago and kept it off the books. It's this massive clearing on a peninsula that juts out into the lake, surrounded by dense forest on 3 sides. We set out after breakfast, loading our gear into 3 canoes. I had 3 kids with me: Becca, the only girl in our group, Tyler, and Ethan. Alicia took Mark, Jason, Devin, and Connor in the other 2 canoes. The paddle was supposed to take about 4 hours, but we made good time with the tailwind. When we reached Little Triscuit around 2 p.m., something felt off. I'm not usually the type to get spooked, but the moment we pulled the canoes onto the shore, I felt this heaviness in the air, like the woods were holding their breath. I brushed it off as tiredness from the paddle and focused on getting the kids to set up camp. "Jordan, this place is huge," Tyler said, dropping his backpack on the ground. "We could fit the whole camp here." He wasn't wrong. Little Triscuit was way bigger than the standard campsites we usually use. The clearing stretched at least 100 yards back from the shoreline before hitting the dense tree line. Plenty of space for our 7 tents, 1 for each kid and 1 each for Alicia and me. We positioned them in a loose semicircle facing the water, with a fire pit in the middle. While Alicia showed the kids how to collect firewood safely, I set up our cooking gear. Mark was helping me. He's this quiet, skinny kid who barely said 2 words the whole trip up. I noticed he kept glancing toward the tree line behind us. "You good, Mark?" I asked, organizing our cooking supplies. He nodded, but didn't look at me. "Jordan, who's that man standing over there?" I felt a chill run down my spine, despite the warm afternoon sun. I turned to look where he was pointing, toward the northwestern edge of the tree line, about 60 yards away. "What man? Where?" "Right there, by that big pine tree with the split trunk. He's just standing there." Mark's voice was completely calm, which somehow made it worse. I stared hard at the spot. The sun was still high enough that I could see clearly, but there was nobody there, just trees and shadows. Then I noticed Alicia walking along the edge of the woods, securing our canoes to some trees. She was nowhere near the spot Mark was pointing to. "I don't see anyone, buddy. That's just Alicia over there with the canoes." "No, not her. The tall man. He's wearing—" Mark squinted. "I can't tell, but he's really pale." I scanned the tree line again, more carefully this time. Nothing, just the wind moving through the leaves. "You sure it's not just a weirdly shaped tree? The shadows can play tricks on you out here." Mark looked at me like I was the one being weird. "He's right there. He's—" Then his expression changed. "Oh, he's gone now." I laughed it off, telling him his eyes were probably adjusting to the sunlight reflecting off the water. Kids see things all the time in the woods. It's part of the camping experience. But I couldn't shake the uneasiness I felt. I kept glancing at that spot for the rest of the afternoon. The day continued normally. We grilled hot dogs for dinner, and the kids were in good spirits, joking around the campfire as the sun set. The lake was calm, and you could see stars starting to pop out overhead. It should have been perfect. Around 10 p.m., we sent the kids to bed. Alicia and I stayed up a bit longer, making sure the fire was properly extinguished and our food was secured against raccoons and bears. It was quiet, except for the gentle lapping of water against the shore and the occasional hoot of an owl. "This place is incredible," Alicia whispered as we sat by the dying embers. "So peaceful." I nodded, but couldn't bring myself to agree out loud. Something still felt wrong, like we were intruding. I told her about what Mark had said earlier. "Kids and their imaginations," she laughed. "Remember last month when Connor was convinced he saw Bigfoot, and it turned out to be Mr. Peterson in his brown rain jacket. I tried to laugh it off too, but as we headed to our separate tents around 11, I found myself scanning the tree line one more time. In the moonlight, the forest looked impenetrable, a solid wall of darkness. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by someone calling my name. I checked my watch, 2:37 a.m. I heard it again. "Jordan." It was Becca's voice, high and tight with fear. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, grabbed my headlamp, and unzipped my tent. The night air was significantly colder than it had been earlier. Alicia was already outside her tent, looking confused and sleepy. "What's wrong?" I called, keeping my voice low to not wake the other kids. Becca's head poked out of her tent. Someone was shaking my tent, like really hard. "It was probably just the wind," Alicia suggested, "but there wasn't even a breeze." "No, it wasn't. Someone was grabbing the sides and shaking it," Becca insisted. "I thought it was one of the boys trying to scare me." I did a quick head count as the commotion woke up the other campers. All 6 boys were emerging from their tents, looking groggy and confused. "Nobody left their tents," I confirmed to Becca. "You probably had a bad dream. The first night in a new place can do that." She didn't look convinced. "It wasn't a dream. It was happening, and I was awake." We did a quick sweep of the campsite with our flashlights. Nothing seemed disturbed. No footprints in the soft earth around the tents that couldn't be accounted for. No sounds from the woods. Everything was still. Too still, like the forest was holding its breath again. "Let's all go back to sleep," Alicia suggested. "We've got a big day tomorrow." The kids reluctantly returned to their tents. I heard them whispering to each other but couldn't make out what they were saying. Before going back to my tent, I walked the perimeter of our campsite, shining my flashlight into the trees. The beam only penetrated about 15 feet before the darkness swallowed it. I didn't sleep much after that. I kept thinking about what Mark had seen earlier, and now Becca's tent. Coincidences, I told myself. Kids getting spooked in the woods happens all the time. The first light of dawn was a relief. I got up around 5:30 a.m. and started preparing breakfast. Alicia joined me a few minutes later, looking as tired as I felt. "Rough night?" I asked. She nodded. I kept hearing, I don't know, like footsteps circling the campsite, but every time I listened harder, there was nothing. That sent another chill through me, but I didn't get a chance to respond because Becca emerged from her tent, marched straight over to us, and thrust something into my hand. "Look at this," she demanded. It was one of her tent stakes, a heavy-duty aluminum one that we used for the rocky terrain around the lake, except it wasn't straight anymore. It had been bent at a perfect 90-degree angle. Not just bent, it looked almost as if it had been folded, with no signs of stress or fracturing at the bend. "All 4 of them are like this," Becca said. "That's why my tent was sagging this morning." I examined the stake carefully. These things are designed to withstand being hammered into hard ground and resist the pull of the tent in heavy winds. You couldn't bend one like this with your hands. You'd need tools, and even then it would show strain marks. "Did you do this?" I asked Alicia, hoping for a rational explanation. She shook her head, eyes wide. "No way." By now the boys were awake too, gathering around to see what was happening. I showed them the stake and they all started talking at once. "That's impossible. How did—" "Let me see that." Mark was the only one who didn't say anything. He just stared at the stake, then looked up toward the tree line, the same spot as yesterday. "Let's pack up," I decided suddenly. "We're moving to a different site today." No one argued. We skipped the usual morning activities and had a quick breakfast of granola bars and fruit. The kids were unusually efficient in breaking down their tents and packing their gear. No one wandered off to explore or complained about leaving so early. They wanted out as much as I did. As we loaded the canoes, I noticed everyone kept looking over their shoulders at the tree line. The sunshine and blue skies should have made the previous night's fears seem silly, but the mood remained tense. Even Alicia, who's usually the most level-headed person I know, kept scanning the forest edge as she packed. When we pushed off from shore around 8 a.m., I felt an immediate sense of relief being on the water. But as we paddled away, I couldn't help looking back at little Trisket. The clearing looked innocuous in the morning light, just an empty patch of grass near a pretty shoreline. But I swear, as we rounded the point and it disappeared from view, I saw something move at the edge of the trees, just a flash of white against the dark green backdrop. We paddled for about 3 hours, everyone working harder than necessary, as if trying to put as much distance as possible between us and little Trisket. We barely spoke. Even Connor and Tyler, who normally can't shut up, were quiet. We stopped for lunch on a small island. As we ate our sandwiches, Mark finally broke his silence. "My grandfather used to tell me stories about Lake of the Woods," he said suddenly. Everyone turned to listen. "He said there's something here that only shows itself to people who don't believe in it. A white shape that follows disrespectful visitors, especially if they camp on its territory." "That's just a campfire story," Alicia said, but her voice lacked conviction. Mark shrugged. "Maybe, but he said his fishing buddy saw it once, standing on the shore, watching their boat. The next day, his buddy fell overboard and almost drowned. They found him floating face down, but somehow still alive. He never came back to the lake after that." We all sat in silence for a moment. Did we camp somewhere we shouldn't have?" Becca asked quietly. I tried to sound confident. "Little Trisket is just a regular campsite. The camp's been using it for years." But had it? I'd never been there before this trip. I'd only heard about it from other guides. Come to think of it, I'd never heard anyone explicitly say they'd camped there, just that it existed. We reached our new campsite on the opposite side of the lake by mid-afternoon. It was a standard spot marked on all the maps, with a fire ring and clear tent sites. The rest of the trip passed without incident. The kids gradually returned to their normal selves, laughing, playing games, complaining about the freeze-dried food. But I noticed they stayed closer together than usual, and no one wandered toward the tree line alone. When we returned to base camp 3 days later, I immediately sought out Dave, the program director. I wanted to ask him about little Trisket, but before I could, he mentioned that another guide, Michelle, had taken her group there the night after we left. "Really?" I tried to sound casual. "How'd that go?" "Fine, I guess," Dave said, shuffling some papers. Although Michelle was acting weird when they got back, said she saw someone in the woods while she was alone at the site. The kids had gone swimming at that little cove around the point. My stomach dropped. "Did she describe what she saw?" Dave looked up at me. "Yeah, actually. Said it was tall and pale, standing perfectly still among the trees. But when she called out to it, thinking it was another camper from a different group, it was gone." He must have noticed my expression because he added, "Why? Did something happen when you were there?" I told him about Mark's sighting and Becca's tent stakes. He listened without interrupting, his face growing increasingly concerned. "That's strange," he said finally, "but you know how kids are in the woods, and those aluminum stakes aren't as strong as they look. But they are. They absolutely are." Over the next few days, I heard more stories from other guides. Little details that hadn't seemed important before now took on new significance. Jeremy mentioned finding footprints leading up to tent doors at night, but never leading away. Sarah talked about hearing tapping on her tent canvas while camping near one of the supposedly haunted islands. Rob swore he saw something slip into the water near dusk, something too large to be a fish, but moving too smoothly to be a person. Even back at base camp, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. One evening, as I sat on the dock watching the sunset, I glimpsed something at the edge of my vision, a tall, white shape along the tree line. When I turned to look directly at it, there was nothing there. That's the thing that still bothers me the most. I never saw it clearly. Neither did Alicia or Becca. Only Mark claimed to have seen the man directly, and Michelle after us. The rest of us just felt its presence, in the unnatural silence of the forest, in the impossibly bent tent stakes, in the constant sensation of eyes on our backs. I've looked up local legends about Lake of the Woods since returning home. There are plenty of Wendigo stories from the Ojibwe and tales of lost traders who still haunt the islands. Nothing specific about a tall, pale figure that watches from the trees. Nothing about little Trisket. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back, just to see if it was all in our heads. But then I remember those tent stakes, bent at perfect right angles without any signs of stress or fracturing. I remember the absolute certainty in Mark's voice when he asked, "Who's that man standing over there?" And I know that whatever is at Lake of the Woods, whatever watched us at Little Trisket, is still there, waiting. Maybe for someone who doesn't believe, or maybe for someone who comes back. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 8 months now. I haven't told anyone outside my immediate family because, honestly, who would believe me? But I can't sleep. I keep seeing it when I close my eyes. So I'm writing this down, partly to get it out of my system, and partly because I need to know if anyone else has seen what we saw up there in the Canadian wilderness. It started as just another hunting trip. Dad had been taking my older brother Jason and me to the same general area in northern Alberta for years. This October was supposed to be special, though. Our first trip after Uncle Mike passed away from cancer 3 months earlier. Uncle Mike was Dad's brother and had always been part of our hunting trips until his diagnosis 2 years ago. This was meant to be like a tribute to him, I guess. Dad picked a spot further north than usual, about 90 miles from the nearest town of Blackwood Creek. It's mostly untouched wilderness up there, dense pine forest, winding rivers, and absolutely zero cell service. The kind of remote that normally feels peaceful, you know? We loaded up Dad's old Ford with our gear at 5 a.m. and drove for nearly 4 hours on increasingly rough roads until we couldn't drive anymore. The last part was on a logging trail that hadn't been maintained in years. We had to haul our aluminum boat off the trailer and carry our supplies down to this narrow, slow-moving river. I remember standing at the edge of that river feeling weirdly uneasy. The forest was just wrong. Too quiet, like unnaturally quiet. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. Just the sound of the water. I'd spent enough time in the woods to know that silence isn't normal. Jason noticed it too. I caught him scanning the tree line with a weird look on his face. "You feel that?" he whispered to me while Dad was busy checking the outboard motor. "Yeah," I said. "Where are all the birds?" Dad either didn't notice or chose to ignore it. He was focused on getting us to our camping spot before dark. We loaded up and spent about 2 hours following the river deeper into the wilderness. The further we went, the more the uneasiness grew in my stomach. The trees felt like they were watching us. We found a decent spot on the riverbank around 3 p.m., a small clearing with enough room for our tent and a fire pit. The bank was muddy, but there was higher ground a few feet back that would stay dry if it rained. Dad seemed satisfied, but I couldn't shake this feeling of dread. It was like my body was trying to warn me about something my eyes couldn't see yet. Setting up camp took about an hour. Dad and Jason got the tent up while I cleared space for the fire pit. The whole time, I kept looking over my shoulder at the woods. The tree line was maybe 30 yards from where we were setting up, and it felt like something was lurking just beyond where I could see. Once we had everything set up, Dad realized we needed firewood. It was getting late, around 4:30, and the October sun was already starting to set. Being the youngest at 19, I usually got stuck with these jobs. "I'll go," I volunteered, trying to sound braver than I felt. Maybe walking around would help shake this weird feeling. Dad handed me the hatchet and a headlamp. "Don't go too far in. Stay where you can see the camp." I nodded and headed toward the edge of the forest. The air felt heavy and thick, like right before a thunderstorm, but the sky was clear. As I crossed into the tree line, the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees instantly. I started gathering fallen branches, staying within sight of our camp like Dad said. After about 15 minutes, I had a decent armful of wood. That's when I noticed the smell. At first, it was just a faint whiff, like when you drive past roadkill that's been baking in the sun for days. I thought maybe there was a dead animal nearby, but then it got stronger, so strong I had to pull my shirt up over my nose. It was rotting meat mixed with something else, something chemical and wrong, like decomposition but not quite natural. My eyes started watering from the stench. That's when I saw movement in my peripheral vision. Something shifting between the trees about 40 yards deeper in the forest. I froze, my arms still full of firewood. My first thought was bear, but bears don't move like that. This was more fluid, almost like a person, but too tall, too jerky. I squinted, trying to make out what I was seeing in the fading light. The branches of a pine tree seemed to bend, forming what looked like Jesus. It looked like a face. A human face, contorted and twisted in the foliage. I was about to run back to camp when I heard it. A voice, calling my name. "Marcus." It was Uncle Mike's voice, exactly his voice, with that slight rasp from years of smoking. "Marcus, come here. I need to show you something." My blood turned to ice. Uncle Mike had been cremated 3 months ago. I was at his funeral. I watched them lower his urn into the ground. I dropped the firewood and took a step back, my hand fumbling for the hatchet on my belt. "Marcus, don't you recognize me? It's your Uncle Mike." The voice was coming from the direction of that face-like formation in the trees. As I watched, horrified, the branches seemed to peel away, revealing something behind them, something that was trying to look like my uncle, but wasn't quite getting it right. Its skin looked loose, like a suit that was slightly too big. And then, as if sensing my recognition of the wrongness, the thing stopped pretending. The face, God, the face began to change. The skin peeled back from what I first thought was bone but wasn't. It was something white and hard, but it moved like muscle, pulsing and shifting. The thing that wasn't my uncle smiled with too many teeth. "Come closer, Marcus. I've missed you." My legs wouldn't move. I was frozen in place as this thing took a step toward me. Its movements were all wrong, like watching a spider trying to walk on its hind legs. Its limbs bent at angles that weren't possible for human joints. "I've been waiting for you," it said, still using my dead uncle's voice. "We all have. Come with me deeper. The others want to meet you." It extended an arm, too long, the fingers stretching out like pale worms. That's when I finally managed to scream. The sound tore out of my throat so violently it hurt. I turned to run, but something grabbed my ankle with impossible strength. I fell face first into the dirt. Looking back, I saw that the thing had stretched its arm over 15 feet without moving its body. Its fingers had wrapped around my ankle, the skin splitting open to reveal something that looked like glistening rope underneath. "Jason! Dad! Help!" I screamed, clawing at the ground as it started to drag me toward it. The thing's face split open in what might have been a smile or a snarl. I couldn't tell because its features were melting and reforming constantly now. The stench was overwhelming. I gagged as I kept screaming. Jason came crashing through the trees, hunting rifle in hand. He saw me being dragged and fired a shot into the air. The thing paused, its head snapping toward Jason with a sound like breaking celery. For a second, its face flickered between Uncle Mike's features and something I still can't describe. Just wrongness given form. Jason fired again, this time aiming at the arm holding me. I don't think he hit it, but the thing released my ankle. I scrambled to my feet and ran to Jason, who was backing up, keeping his rifle aimed at the thing. "What the fuck is that?" Jason whispered, his voice shaking. The thing stood perfectly still now, watching us. It had stopped looking like Uncle Mike. Now it was just a tall, thin silhouette among the trees, its proportions all wrong. The stench lingered in the air around us. "We need to go. Now," I gasped, pulling on Jason's arm. We backed away slowly. The thing didn't follow, but I swear it was smiling even though I couldn't see its face clearly anymore. We ran back to camp. Dad was standing by the fire pit, looking worried. "What happened? I heard shots," he said, then noticed my mud-covered clothes and wild eyes. "Marcus, what's wrong?" Jason and I tried to explain what I'd seen, what had tried to drag me deeper into the forest. Dad's face went pale. "Get in the tent, now, both of you," he ordered, grabbing his shotgun from beside his pack. "We need to leave," I insisted, my voice still shaking. Dad shook his head. "It's almost dark. We can't navigate the river at night. We'll leave at first light." We spent that night in pure terror. Dad built the fire up bigger than we'd ever had on previous trips. We sat with our backs to it, facing the tree line, weapons ready. Nobody slept. The stench would come and go in waves, like the thing was circling our camp, staying just beyond the light. Several times during the night I saw tall shapes moving between the trees. Not just one, several. They never came into the light, but I could hear whispering. Voices calling our names, sometimes in Uncle Mike's voice, sometimes in voices I didn't recognize. At one point I swear I saw eyes reflecting the firelight from at least 7 feet off the ground. Yellow-green, like a cat's, but much larger. Dad saw them too. He fired a warning shot that echoed through the trees. The eyes disappeared, but the feeling of being watched never did. Jason kept muttering about how the thing's arm had stretched, how its face had changed. Dad just kept feeding the fire, his expression grim. "Don't look at them," he finally said around 3 a.m., "and don't listen if they call your name." The way he said it, like he knew something about these things, sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the October night. "Dad, what are they?" I asked. He just shook his head. "We'll talk when we're home." As soon as there was enough light to see, we packed up faster than we ever had before. Nobody mentioned going hunting. The only goal was getting the hell out of there. We left the firewood I'd dropped, left some food supplies too. Anything to save time. The boat ride back was tense. Dad pushed the little outboard motor to its limits. Jason and I kept watching the shoreline, flinching whenever branches moved. The forest seemed alive in a way that had nothing to do with wildlife. Several times I saw movement keeping pace with our boat, something tall and thin running between the trees along the shore. It moved too fast, too smoothly to be human. Dad saw it too. He just gunned the motor harder. When we finally reached the truck, we threw everything in haphazardly and took off down that logging road like demons were chasing us. Maybe they were. Back in Blackwood Creek, Dad made us promise not to talk about what happened, not to anyone. But that night, Jason came to my room. I had a dream about that thing, he said, sitting on the edge of my bed. It was calling my name, saying it's waiting for us to come back. I felt sick because I'd had the exact same dream. The next day, Dad took us to see an old Cree man who lived on the outskirts of town. Mr. Piapo was in his 80s and known as a medicine man. Dad had never shown any interest in indigenous spirituality before, but he seemed to know Mr. Piapo well. The old man listened to our story without interruption, nodding occasionally as if we were confirming something he already knew. When we finished, he looked at Dad. "They found you again, Joseph," he said softly. Dad just nodded, looking more tired than I'd ever seen him. Mr. Piapo performed some kind of ritual with sweet grass and cedar. He gave each of us a small leather pouch to wear around our necks. Protection, he called it. I don't know what was inside, but I haven't taken mine off since. It helped with the dreams for a while, but they've been coming back lately. That's why I'm writing this now. Dad finally told us that when he was younger, he and Uncle Mike had experienced something similar in those same woods. He wouldn't go into details, just said they'd been followed for years afterward. That's why Uncle Mike started drinking so heavily. Dad thinks whatever these things are, they can latch onto families, generations even. Mr. Piapo called them skin dancers, beings that can take on the appearance of people you know, especially the recently dead. He said they feed on fear and grief, and once they've marked you, they never really let go. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that I can't go near forests now without feeling watched. I sleep with the lights on, and sometimes at the edge of my yard where it meets the tree line, I catch whiffs of that same rotting smell. Jason's been having nosebleeds. Dad says it's just stress, but Mr. Piapo looked concerned when we told him. Last week, I thought I saw Uncle Mike standing at the edge of my backyard, half hidden by a pine tree. When I blinked, he was gone, but the branches seemed to form a face for just a second afterward. I don't know what these things want from us, or why they chose our family. All I know is they're still out there, waiting. And sometimes, when the house is quiet at night, I swear I can hear Uncle Mike's voice calling my name from somewhere in the darkness. If anyone else has encountered something like this in the northern wilderness, please let me know. I need to understand what we're dealing with, because I don't think they're going to leave us alone. And whatever you do, if you're out in the woods and hear a familiar voice calling you from between the trees, run. Don't look back. It's not who you think it is.